foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving our warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future, a vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home.
Mobility, a common theme woven into the very fabric of human history. From ancient wanderers to modern explorers, our instinct to move, to seek something greater, and to grow has always driven us forward. Imagine a journey into pathways of boundless opportunities and endless possibilities. A collective future where the vibrant rhythms of the Caribbean, rich culture, and welcoming community create unforgettable experiences. Beyond citizenship by investment, we believe in our collective investment of time, resources, and energy that fosters innovation, creates jobs, and enriches lives, driving the growth of an entire nation. The investment migration agency Grenada boasts over a decade of exceptional service and remains committed to guiding you toward global mobility and economic freedom through investment. Your journey becomes our shared story of progress and prosperity. This is an invitation to be part of something greater, something enduring. Begin your journey at imagrenada.gd. IMA Grenada.
kick off today's program, I now call on my Managing Director, Mr. Larry Lawrence, to formally welcome us all to IMRT 2025. Mr. Lawrence.
Very pleasant good morning. I would stand on the protocol that has been established, but naturally I would want to focus in on just a few persons prior to my remarks. The Calvin St. Just, His Excellency, CIU of St. Kitts, Executive Chairman, also Mr. Thomas Anthony, who, of course, who at IMA works extremely hard. I was occasioned to meet one of his friends in Antigua very recently who sends his regards. The hardworking team at Grenada Cooperative Bank who make my life so much easier. Mr. Granger in particular, who stands and who handles this very seamlessly with little or no involvement from me. I just show up. Of course, Mr. Richard W. Duncan, our erstwhile MD, but also who has sort of slid into the chair of IMA. Welcome and good morning to everyone. Adapt, evolve, sustain. When we adapt, it suggests there's need for change, and change is the only constant. So if you consider geopolitics, you consider them to be headwinds. I saw a program recently which spoke to, in the 4,000 weeks that we are given to live, there are just so much things that we require to do. You call it the productivity index. You never seem to be able to get everything done, and you have to make choices. You have to make decisions, and there are choices. So, in the foundation of economics, which is how does scarce resources pursue or allocate itself to create value, we've decided that CBI is worth sustaining. We've decided that CBI is worth investing. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Investment Migration Roundtable. This year marks 6 years of partnering with IMA Grenada, a collaboration that has fostered space for sensitization, meaningful dialogue, and the creation of shared perspectives. As the only indigenous bank on the island, we believe that our duty and business to champion programs and initiatives will empower our nation to thrive, not survive, thrive. And that's why CBI has to be resilient. It has to survive, but the economy has to thrive. So as we pursue how we allocate value to CBI, to create wealth, to create value, I call on us to consider that if we have to adapt, it suggests that we have to change. And it suggests there's a problem. It suggests that we are overcoming something. But then that gives life meaning. It means that as we deploy our efforts to this venture, to this initiative, we are, by extension, creating meaningful work, is a vibe, as we say. I had an old school principal who used to say, be childlike, not childish. So as you grow, you want to be childlike, that curiosity, that always searching for the solution. So that's what the adapt speaks to, because we have to evolve, because based on what you see, you evolve and then you has to certainly sustain. This annual conference, we can continue to strengthen the existing framework by sharing perspectives, offering our expertise, raising concerns, and discussing solutions and recommendations. This collaborative approach bodes well for the future of the program. As I conclude, I wish to engage fully with today's session. And as we have an engaging agenda ahead, let us engage the presenters, share our insights and recommendations, and work collectively to ensure continued growth and sustainability for the investment migration sector. Once again, welcome everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And we see that Core Bank continues to wholeheartedly support the IMRT, now for the 6th year in a row, simply because, as he said, you're Grenada's only local bank and nobody welcomes you home to Grenada like we do. This year's keynote address is being delivered in line with the themes of evolution and adaptability, with the speaker being an investment not from home, but within the region. So we are expanding our reach and our connections. His Excellency St. Just is the current Executive Chairman of the Board of Governors of CIU in St. Kitts and Nevis and must have some gems to share as we kickstart today's roundtable. Let us welcome His Excellency to the stage for the feature keynote address.
If I may share in terms of making an adjustment of not from here, but I am from here because we are family and we are brothers and sisters in the region. So I just wanted to ensure that I make that correction. Let me first adopt the protocol that has been established in regards to the distinguished individuals here. But also allow me to recognize a few key individuals within the audience. First, Mr. Richard Chairman of the Grenada IMA unit. Mr. Anthony Thomas, my dear global trotter person who I've seen in different countries, and sometimes we forget which time zone we're in. And my new dear brother, Mr. Granger, who has so invited me to this event here today, this morning. First off, I wish to bring greetings to each and every one of you from the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Terence Dew. Now, CBI is a topic of the day. It's a topic of the year. So let me first start with first greeting. So good morning, our distinguished colleagues, esteemed leaders, partners in progress, and most importantly, friends and family of the Caribbean. It is a profound honor to stand here today, not just as a representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, but as the custodian of a legacy. Our nation is the birthplace of the modern citizenship by investment, a concept that was pioneered in 1984 and which has consistently ranked #1 for over 4 decades. And that's 41 years ago. And we've set the standard then, and we've set the standard today. And today, we're going to have to redefine the conversation. Today, we remain distinct in our philosophy. We're not the largest, but we're the most discerning in this business. St. Kitts and Nevis has deliberately pursued high-value, low-volume model, one that privileges integrity over inflows and ensures our citizenship program remains among the most respected globally. Now, my topic, and the topic which will come, is around dependency versus reliance. And I will be blunt, because CBI is a very blunt industry. Now, far too long, our adversaries, and sometimes even our friends, have framed CBI as a story of dependence. They paint a picture of small nations leaning on a single crutch, vulnerable and exposed. And today, I'm here to challenge that narrative. I'm here to offer a new paradigm shift. Citizenship program is not a crutch. It is a catalyst. It is not about passive dependence. It is about strategic reliance. It is the difference between waiting for handout and actively sourcing a hand-up through sovereign, legitimate, foreign direct investment. Now, we celebrate the innovation of our Grenadan hosts and all the Caribbean partners who have continued to elevate the regional standard. Our success is collective. Every nation's progress, strength, legitimacy, and longevity help elevate the citizenship brand. For St. Kitts and Nevis and for our Caribbean neighbors, citizenship program has never been a safety net. It has been a strategic instrument, a source of reliance that has proven its worth time and time again. When devastating hurricanes, as we recently experienced, some of us with Melissa, have swept through our regions, leaving billions in damage, it was not crippling debt that rebuilt our neighborhoods. In nations like Dominica and here in Grenada, the CBI-derived funds were the first and fastest capital deployed to rebuild homes, to restore power, and to get our children back in school. When the COVID-19 pandemic brought the world and our tourism-based economies to a complete halt, it was the citizenship investment revenue that allowed us to fund our social safety nets. Like in St. Kitts and Nevis, our St. Kitts and Nevis Poverty Alleviation Program. It was what kept food on the table for thousands and bolstered our healthcare system when they were most needed. This is the power of strategic reliance. It is a stable, non-cyclical source of revenue that cushions our economies from shocks that we as small nations and small states face disproportionately. Now let's address the concerns we hear, particularly from our partners, our international partners and beyond. Let's speak about security. Let's speak about sovereignty. There's a myth that citizenship program compromise security. The reality is that our due diligence is one of the most robust in the world. I worked previously at Wall Street, at one of the largest banks in the world. And I can tell you by fact, not by fiction, that what I have seen in terms of how we actually perform due diligence is at the highest standard to ensure that we protect the program. We have deep functioning partnership with international law enforcement and intelligence agency in the US, in the UK, and in Europe. We see this not as an imposition, but as a vital security cooperation, a concept that our international partners value deeply. As affirmed in recent summits, our integrity is our currency, and we protect it fiercely. Our commitment to security is not defensive, it is dynamic. We continuously upgrade our due diligence technology, integrating AI-driven risk monitoring, blockchain verification to enhance our document review process, and sharing intelligence with international partners to ensure that we remain ahead of emerging risks. Then there is the myth that CBI erodes sovereignty or displaces local patronage. This, quite frankly, is a fundamental misunderstanding of the program. We're not experiencing an influx of population based on the data we have seen. These new citizens are high net worth global investors. Many are entrepreneurs and innovators who leverage this citizenship as a plan B or a place B, a vehicle for global mobility, business convenience, and personal security. The truth is, St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as Grenada, did not have an influx of population. We have been in this business for 41 years, and we have not seen a significant influx in the data. We have a population exodus problem. Like many of the Caribbean, we suffer from significant brain drain of our natural dissidents seeking opportunities abroad. This is where the paradigm shift must happen. We must stop seeing our new citizens as just initial investment and start seeing them as new diaspora. A diaspora of immense intellectual bench strength, global resources, and invaluable experience. The challenge for us as leaders is no longer attracting these citizens, but engaging them. We must tap into this new diaspora to help us solve our greatest challenges. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we are already forging these new connections. We've recently launched a new Concierge Priority 1 initiative, which serves as a dedicated platform to link both our new citizens and our traditional diaspora with the national development agenda, fostering ongoing engagement and encouraging reinvestment into the country. We are also ensuring the benefits reach every level of society. Through our most recent new grassroots community investment initiative, we are channeling the CBI capital directly into macro and small businesses, moving them from the mindset of survival to one of sustainable growth. This is the path from reliance to sustainability. But it does not end there. The final step is diversification. Citizenship program is a mean. It is a mean, not the end. The end is the vision for St. Kitts and Nevis to become the world's first sustainable island state. Our citizenship program is an engine that is funding this transformation. It is funding our ambitious geothermal energy project, a move that will provide energy security for generations, aligning perfectly with the energy transition our global partners are championing. It is funding our push for AI sovereignty and digital transformation. If CBI 101 was about access, CBI 2.0 is about compliance. And then the next phase is CBI 3.0, must be about contribution. St. Kitts and Nevis is already writing that chapter. We're ensuring every investment is tied to measurable national impact and sustainable development outcomes. We are managing these funds with unprecedented transparency. Our new public benefit option, now restructured with new regulations and expert oversight, ensuring that every dollar of investment is accounted for and channeled directly into projects of national significance, whether it's the redevelopment of our Bastia High School, educating our students in the nation's capital and surrounding areas, or our affordable housing initiative designed to give a foothold to home ownership for hundreds of our citizens, alongside many. We are making tangible investment into projects that matters most to the people we serve, all our citizens. So, to our partners and our international partners across the globe, I say this, and I say this not only from St. Kitts and Nevis, but I say this for all my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who are part of the citizenship program, that is a partner of choice. We share your values of security. We share your values of transparency and sustainable growth. We're building a roadmap in the Caribbean to diversify our economy, and we have less reliance on a single revenue source, but we must use the tools we have now to build the resilient future we want. To our own nationals, I say this: it is time for a paradigm shift. We must move away from a mentality of dependence to a posture of strategic reliance, a reliance that fuels sustainability and ultimately builds true diversification. And to my fellow leaders, I challenge you to think outside the traditional box. As the theme says, we have to adapt, we have to evolve, and we have to maintain sustainability. Let us demystify this industry. Let us see it not as a negative, but as a powerful, positive tool for sovereign development. The vision for St. Kitts and Nevis, and for all the Caribbean nations that are part of the citizenship program, is to leverage this program so effectively that we build nations that are truly sustainable, nations that one day no longer need to add new citizens via this mechanism, because we would have successfully leveraged the intellectual and financial capital of all our citizens to secure our future. That is our journey, from dependence to reliance, from reliance to sustainability. This is the mission of a true, sustainable island state vision, leveraging our citizenship program. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency St. Just. We just take a moment to recognize the presence of Dr. Richard Nixon, Ambassador to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Carbelet. Welcome and good morning. So thank you, His Excellency St. Just. A lot for us to consider in the context of today's program, because we will explore some of the concepts you put forward. redefining the conversation around CBI, using CBI as a catalyst, not as a crutch, using strategic reliance, using technology to preserve integrity, which is the currency of CBI, keeping our diaspora engaged, which is one of the panel discussions, and moving from CBI 1.0, 2.0, and the next level, 3.0. Keeping things in line with the external perspective, because investment migration cannot survive in a silo. We welcome His Excellency Victor Clark, the resident British Commissioner, for some brief remarks. With over 2 decades of a distinguished service in the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Victor Clark has built a diplomatic career focused on international cooperation, development, multilateral and thematic policy, and international law. Several postings have spanned Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Caucasus regions, including initiatives focused on development, conflict prevention, and security. Victor is committed to promoting stability, rule of law, and sustainable development across regions. His Excellency.
Good morning to everybody. I will stand on the protocol already established, but I do wish to particularly commend the Grenada Cooperative Bank, also the IMA, for putting together this event today. The more opportunities we have to talk and to dialogue and to share perspectives around the future of CBI, I think the more cohesion and shared vision that we can work towards. It's also very difficult to come and speak straight after the Honourable Mr. St. Just, who gave a very good overview of the potential and the vision that exists within the region for CBI. I will attempt to make my remarks brief, as is indicated in the program. For those who know me, they will know that I have a lot to say about CBI, and some of you may even be wondering why I'm here at all today. After all, isn't the UK opposed to citizenship by investment? Yes, but, and there is a but. The UK fully recognises the importance of CBI revenues to Grenada's economy and across the Eastern Caribbean region. Over the past 2 years in particular, together with colleagues and partners in the region and in the United Kingdom, I've worked closely with the Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, the CBI unit, now IMA, Mr. Richard Duncan, Thomas Anthony. We've spent many hours discussing CBI. And the focus has been to explore alternative ways to reduce the risks associated with CBI programs, both for Grenada, but also for the United Kingdom. Now, let me be clear, this doesn't mean the UK endorses CBI programs. We do not. Let me briefly explain why. The UK is far from perfect. Perhaps I shouldn't say that as a diplomat from the UK, but we've made our own mistakes. We had a residency by investment scheme that could eventually lead to citizenship in the United Kingdom, but we shut it down in 2022 after discovering that despite our best efforts and sophisticated due diligence, the program was still vulnerable to abuse, particularly by those involved in money laundering and illicit finance. It is against this context that the UK views CBI programs, especially in those countries with visa-free access to the United Kingdom. That said, we respect Grenada's sovereignty and its right to operate a CBI program, as well as those other partner countries in the Eastern Caribbean. We also understand the resilience such a program can offer to a small island economy, particularly those who face the threats that we have seen most recently through the impact of hurricanes and natural disasters. As Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell once said, the integrity of our programs must be actively preserved through vigilance, collaboration, and collective commitment to upholding the highest standards. By doing so, we ensure that the benefits of these programs reach our people, strengthen our economies, and safeguard our reputation as trusted partners on the global stage. So, how can Grenada realize this vision? So first, I believe you need to know your customer. What do applicants who want Grenadian citizenship really want? Who are they? What are their true motivations? I'm afraid a vague reference to global mobility or to citizenship doesn't really cut it. If you don't know the reasons behind an applicant's interests, you don't truly understand what you're offering or the risks that you may be taking on. So it's time to stop turning a blind eye to this uncomfortable question in exchange for investment. This issue is central to today's panel, which is on discussing and leveraging the CBI diaspora. If you don't understand who they are and what drives them, how can you expect to build meaningful, mutually beneficial relationships? Consider the case of Qian Zimin, a Chinese national sentenced this week in the United Kingdom for fraud and laundering to the tune of $7 billion in Bitcoin. She held a St. Kitts and Nevis CBI citizenship, which she used to access the UK and facilitate her criminal activities. Or take Chen Zi, of Chinese origin, who obtained CBI passports from no less than Cambodia, Cyprus, St. Lucia, and Vanuatu, according to the latest US Department of Justice indictment, and is accused of stealing up to $14 billion through scams operated by the Prince Group. Linked to this case are 18 individuals, 128 companies who were sanctioned by the United Kingdom and US authorities just in recent weeks. It is known that this group heavily relied upon Pacific and Caribbean CBI programs to facilitate some of their activities, and I'm sure more links will emerge over coming days and weeks. These global scam operations exploit vulnerable people, including victims of modern slavery from Africa and Asia who work in their scam centers. Or take the case of Ali Akbar Ansari, a corrupt Iranian banker who has CBI citizenship from both Cyprus and St. Kitts and Nevis, who was recently sanctioned by the UK for funding Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who are responsible for repression and targeted threats to carry out hostile acts, including in the United Kingdom. I haven't chosen these particular examples because of our distinguished guests from St. Kitts and Nevis. They just happen to be the ones that were in the news in the last couple of weeks, but there are many more. And I don't believe any country wants to be associated with an enabling such actors, and no country should be. Biometrics and a residency requirements are coming soon and will, I believe, help better know your customer. But there is much more to do, and I look forward to some of the discussions today around how that can be done. Second is know your partners. Grenada and others in the Eastern Caribbean must scrutinize marketing agents and developers. Beyond profit, what are their motivations? Are they aligned with Grenada's long-term development goals and the well-being of Grenada's people? I suggest that there should be zero tolerance for agents or developers who use coercive tactics to pit one island against another, or who violate legal and regulatory frameworks through practices such as illegal discounting or owner financing. And I hope you would all agree that these types of actors, their subsidiaries and subagents, are not those who are truly invested in the future of Grenada or the region. Some developers conduct no market or environmental assessments for their projects. Some import all of their materials and labor, contributing little to local employment, and potentially strain shared resources such as ports, roads, water, electricity, while offering promises of future jobs that either might not materialize if the project, for whatever reason, fails, or are limited to low-wage positions. I would say that not all investments are equal, and not all development is progress. Poor quality developers lead to poor quality agents, which lead to poor quality applicants. Fortunately, I believe there are good developers, there are good agents, and many of those are in this room today. Those who prioritize sustainability, local partnerships, and long-term value. That's why today's panel, I believe, on developing local investors and projects is so important. I'd encourage Grenada to prioritize quality over quantity and support projects that integrate local businesses and create meaningful employment. Last week, Grenada's Parliament passed legislation to establish a new regional regulator, headquartered right here in Grenada. This is a significant step forward for which I commend and applaud Grenada and other Eastern Caribbean states, but legislation is only the beginning. We must ensure this body is empowered, resourced, and effective in its mission to support safe, sustainable investment across the region. The UK stands ready to support this journey, but ultimately the future of Grenada CBI program lies in all of your hands. I look forward to all of the panel discussions today that will follow, and also the one on dependence versus reliance, as it will take collective effort from governments, the IMA, developers, agents, and civil society to reform and transform this program into one that is truly sustainable, minimizes the risks for Grenada and the international community, and that first and foremost serves the people of Grenada. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Clark. Before we move forward, again, we'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Terry Forrester, Ambassador for Diaspora Affairs, as well as Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Lindona Hille Marshall. Thank you for joining us, and welcome. His Excellency Clark, thank you for those remarks, indeed presenting us with a balanced perspective, ensuring that we move forward with a focus on progress, but also with making use of opportunities for improvement as well while we do that. So thank you. IMRT 2025. Thank you. So we're ready for our first giveaway. You can have our first question up on the screen, please. And the question is, who delivered the features address at IMRT 2024? You have to speak in the mic to respond, and of course you have to get the answer right. So the first person to get to a mic and respond to the question on the screen, who was our feature speaker Last year? In a mic? In a mic? I can't hear you unless you're in a mic. Okay, Nisha. His name? Okay, thank you, Nisha, and congratulations. Nisha, I kind of feel like you'll be here regardless next year, but the prize is a complimentary pass to IMRT 2026. So you can give it to someone. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you, Charlene. Okay, so let's get ready for our first panel discussion. His Excellency St. Just brought it up in his delivery. Dependence or reliance? Are we dependent or reliant on CBI as a source of FDI to build our nation? Is there a balance to be struck, or is it a progression? Our first panel discussion pulls apart the economics of investment migration. And let us welcome the panel, which is led by Mr. Richard W. Duncan, to the stage. So while I read the introductions to the panel, kindly proceed to the stage. Thank you. Richard W. Duncan is a retired banker and former managing director of Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. An economist and accountant, he joined Grenada Cooperative Bank in 1996 as its financial manager. He previously worked in the Grenada Public Service in the areas of public policy analysis, debt management, public finance, and public sector investment programming. In 2008, he was honored as a distinguished graduate of the University of the West Indies in commemoration of its 60th anniversary for his contribution to financial services. And in 2022, he accepted the award of Officer of the British Empire from Queen Elizabeth II for his services to banking in Grenada. He is the current chairman of the CBI Committee, a director of CFSC, husband and father. His Excellency Calvin St. Just is the executive chairman of the Board of Governance for St. Kitts and Nevis' Citizenship by Investment Unit, and served previously as the country's honorary special envoy for investment, development, and international business relations. A seasoned Wall Street executive with over 25 years of experience, he has held leadership roles at Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and T. Rowe Price, specializing in wealth management, cybersecurity, fintech, and global strategy. Formerly global COO at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management, he built teams serving Fortune 100 companies and led initiatives in fraud prevention and AI-driven risk management. As a central banker and Lean Six Sigma Black Belt, he excels in financial innovation, governance, and process optimization. Mr. Brian Samuel is a finance and public-private partnership consultant with an extensive portfolio of successful programs, transactions, and publications. He spent over 20 years in senior positions with the IFC, which is a private sector arm of the World Bank, with postings to Barbados, Washington, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. Mr. Samuel spent 5 years as head of PPPs at the Caribbean Development Bank and raised long-term loans and equity investments on projects in the Caribbean and Africa. He is a board member of the Sweetwater Foundation in Grenada for the protection of vulnerable segments of the population, and he is also the author of Song for My Father, A West Indian Journey, which was published in 2023. He enjoys reading, writing, sailing, tennis, and traveling off the beaten track. And last but not least, Dr. Carrie Grenade, who has 23 years experience in macroeconomic policy and is currently a regional macroeconomic consultant and advisor. Prior to this, she served as an IMF long-term macroeconomic advisor in the Ministry of Finance for a period of 7 years. She has also worked with the Caribbean Development Bank and the ECCB. Dr. Grenade has built an expertise in the areas of public finance and general macroeconomics, with a focus on economic growth and sustainable development. She served as chairwoman of the Technical Working Group for Grenada's National Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035 during the period September 2018 to December 2019, and is the lead author of the plan. Her hobbies are volunteering, traveling, and hiking. Over to you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carleen. So I find the audience a bit, gloomy. So I'd like to, before we delve into the matter, share a personal experience that I had with High Commissioner Clark. It was my first encounter with him. Went to the High Commission for an engagement, myself and the then acting CEO of the CBI unit. And in that meeting, he laid out the British position on CBI. When we left his office, heading out of Lansapine, I turned left. Carleen soon knew I had to go right. Right? So I took a wrong turn, and eventually we got back on point. So we have seen, in my humble view, a situation where High Commissioner Clark has engaged with us, understood the issues, our commitment to risk management, and to the point where he did not say it. But the British has actually funded and assisted in the creation of the regional regulator. So round of applause for the British. Our position is also very simple. Not because you have failed, it means that we cannot succeed. In fact, we would like to learn from the British the pitfalls that they encountered in their program, so we too can learn, improve, and strengthen our program. So as the collaboration continues, we thank and applaud, the British for their support in this endeavor. So, delegates, observers, ladies, gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this very potentially interesting and riveting panel discussion. Dependence versus resilience, CBI as a source of foreign direct investment and revenue for Grenada. I will invite each member of the panel. Well, I will skip that. I think we have already been well introduced. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very balanced, highly qualified, deeply experienced panel before us this morning, and we are going to delve into the angles and nuances of the topic. First, beginning with you, Ambassador St. Just. You are an economist, you are a former central banker at ECCB, you've worked on Wall Street. Give us a brief opening statement on the topic from your perspective, having regard for your experience, expertise, and current role.
Well, first off, thank you very much. If I may first extend an appreciation for the spirited remarks by Head Commissioner. I think sometimes when we hear conversations around this program, we just want to hear one side, and it was quite appreciated from the High Commissioner. If I may, Commissioner, just state one. You called a couple names. If I may just call one of the names that we don't hear much. Oliver Ulrich, a Swiss individual who is a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, space scientist, has won the world's highest award in the field of space aeronautics. I use that as an example of a name we don't hear, and there are thousands of names that we don't hear about that contributes to the positivity of what not only our sovereign nations, but the world, as we know aeronautics is, and he is the leading person and a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. But sadly, those are not the names, as High Commissioner said, that gets the tagline. And I think it is all of us needs to really get to a point where those names are the ones that the High Commissioner and others can speak about. So in regards to, my position on dependence versus reliance, I think I sort of gave a little bit about that. What I would say is we are in a transformational journey in this space. Many years ago, these were not topics that you talk about. There were things that you heard about. There were things that people made their own perception around. And as a result of that, this is perhaps the domain of where there's a perceived notion of dependence. And I think I would sort of close in my opening in that it is really moving to that strategic reliance and then moving to that sustainability, but leveraging these programs to get us there. Let it be a mechanism and a tool that we use appropriately with the appropriate transparency, the appropriate governance, to get us to where we're stating that we have adopted to it. We have evolved, and now we want to get to that sustainable perspective.
Thank you very much. Dr. Grenada, can you kindly give us your opening statement on the topic as an economist, formerly with the ACCB, Caribbean Development Bank, former IMF macroeconomic advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Grenada, policy analyst, consultant to several regional institutions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. It's good to be back here. It seems as if it was just last week we were here at the 5th edition, right? How time flies. Let me thank the organizers for their kind invitation again. So on the topic at hand, I think, and just before I go into that, I just love the two content views at the beginning. Those things excite me. I mean, we're not in an echo chamber. I love the content views, so that was really good. So in terms of the topic, I think we have to, and the ambassador said it well, I think we have to remind ourselves that the CBI program does not define our development. We are the stakeholders in our sustainable development. We decide the kind of development we want for Grenada. So that's one. The other thing is that the CBI resources, and the ambassador said it as well, the CBI resources are not an end in themselves. Right? They are means to an end, and we have to determine what is that ultimate strategic end. What do we want from the CBI program? And I think there is always scope to think about how we enhance the strategic orientation of the program and the strategic orientation of the use of the resources, and I'm talking about the NTF in particular here. So just to give you some highlights, whether or not Grenada is dependent on the NTF resources or the CBI resources. This is an empirical question that can be answered empirically. We economists can do that. Some research has been done recently. And the finding is that Grenada is not dependent or even overly dependent on and I'm talking about the NTF revenues. Yes, the NTF revenues, they are an important pillar of the fiscal framework. It is not the central pillar of Grenada's fiscal framework. It is not the central pillar of Grenada's fiscal framework. The NTF revenues do not mask any fiscal fragilities in Grenada, and we should all be proud of that. The fiscal framework in and of itself without NTF resources is sound. There are years where there are some strains here and there, but ultimately Grenada's revenue base is highly diversified. You know the taxes that you pay. You know the fees that you pay. It's a highly diversified revenue source. There's not a high concentration on one revenue source. And so the NTF revenue, while important, is not the single pillar of the framework. And certainly if there was a major disruption in the flows, and we have seen that now vis-a-vis the bumper years of 2023 and 2024, that's fine. The fiscal managers, Deputy Permanent Secretaries here, they will recalibrate. That's part of fiscal management to ensure that the decrease in the NTF inflows vis-a-vis the bumper years are not overly problematic for Grenada's fiscal. So I just want to lay any fears that the CBI, the NTF resources, though important, is not a singular pillar of the framework, and Grenada's fiscal framework is sound and solid, even if they were not NTF revenues. And I can go into details on that, but for time constraint, I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Grenada. Brian, you have had a distinguished career in the World Bank as an economist and also in the Caribbean Development Bank. You now work as a financial consultant. Can you kindly give us your opening statement on the topic?
Thank you, Richard. I'm a fox in the hen house. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Given my known opposition, that's a brave move indeed. Thank you. I am Grenadian born and globally bred, and as Richard said, for 20 years I worked for the World Bank, where I financed quite a few hotels. My proudest project is financing the original La Source back in 1993 with Leon Taylor, who's my good buddy. Now, why am I opposed to CBI? Let's be clear. When we sell passports and we give that money to private developers, we're giving away free money. No principal repayment, no fixed interest. Let's be clear, we're giving away our money. The money that belongs to each and every Grenadian citizen, money that comes from our patrimony, and we are giving it to private developers. Due diligence, it's two words that are so simple and so critical. Everybody hates banks, but banks play one important role. They stop bad ideas from becoming implemented. When we financed La Source back in '93, we did every kind of study, economic study, environmental study, market study, you name it, we studied it. That's because when the bank lends you money, and they lend you $10 million, they don't want you to lose that money because it's their money, so they make sure that that project has the highest level of due diligence. That level of due diligence, not on individuals, but on projects, does not apply in CBI. Because the investors who are buying a share in a hotel, they're not really buying a share in a hotel for a financial investment, they're buying it for a passport. Everything else is gravy. So that level of due diligence is lacking on the project level. If we did that level of due diligence, we would know that Levra is not the place to build a 1,000-room hotel. We would know that the design that they're coming with, that is being built at Levra now, is unspeakably, I have to use the word, ugly. It has nothing to do with pure Grenada. It is totally against the design ethos of Grenada. So far, and due diligence would also say that with Six Senses struggling at 40% occupancy at best, and that was given to me by the manager himself, you would wait until you prove that that destination is a viable destination for tourism before you start building the hotel right next door to it. To date, we have issued about 20,500 passports under CBI. 10,000 of those were issued in the last 2 years alone. In an island with an indigenous population of about 115,000 people, have we really thought through the medium and long-term demographic implications of this? Remember, we're not just selling passports, we're selling future potential residents in Grenada. So what happens when there's a revolution in Nigeria? What happens when there's another religious conflict in the Middle East? And we have an influx of well-heeled CBI residents now coming to Grenada, buying land, bidding up prices. Are we prepared for this? Do we have the infrastructure for this kind of inflow, which could happen? Let me pin my flag to the mast. I am opposed to CBI on principle, but I'm realistic enough to know that it will not stop. There's too much money at stake. So if it is going to continue, let we, the people, get all the benefits from CBI. Let all the money go to the people through the government. In other words, let's scrap the real estate option. Sacrilege. Oh my God, somebody shoot that guy. But let's visualize for a moment what could happen if we did this. If you ask the average Grenadian, what has CBI done for you? The reply would be either not a damn thing or unprintable. Currently, the government is looking for money to build a desperately needed new hospital, Project Polaris. And yet last year, EC $562 million went into the coffers of private developers on these tourism projects, on projects of dubious benefit. Imagine if, instead, all that money had gone to build our new state-of-the-art hospital with a big sign outside it that reads, "Brought to you by Grenada's CBI." That sign would get a lot more goodwill than the same sign that currently adores the decaying Kawana Bay building site. If you want buy-in, let the people benefit from these projects, and that's my opening statement.
So thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate those opening statements, and we definitely will return to them as the discussion progresses. But next, we have some very specific questions, so let's proceed. Let's begin with you, Ambassador St. Just. You are the chairman of the longest standing CBI program in the OECS, 40 plus years. In fact, your brand statement asserts that St. Kitts is the first and finest. In what ways can CBI revenues and investment flows be channeled to support sustainable development in general, with any special reference to St. Kitts, of course, and lessons for Grenada?
Absolutely. I think, to my colleague in regards to the perception of how this revenue and how the funds and the investment are being leveraged, I think there needs to be more transparency. That's key. We in St. Kitts leverage the revenue more as a development aspect, sustainable development. We leverage it for 3 core categories. As part of our program, we have what's called the Sustainable Island State Contribution. And those investment goes really under a number of key things as part of the Sustainable Island State Agenda. One is climate resilience. We are leveraging those investments to ensure that we can protect our homes, our citizens, from natural disasters, whether we're in the aspect of using it for renewable energy as well. That's a huge thing that's key for St. Kitts and Nevis. Leveraging it to build climate resilient homes in terms of making sure, based on where we are, we understand it's inevitable that we will at some point. We've been, knock on wood, we hadn't had the major storms, but they're coming. They are coming. And as part of my keynote, I go back to the aspect of when they hit, who is there? Where's the money that we talk about that is there ready to provide that handout? No one is talking about that. We sit back and we talk about what we see. But when the reality strikes, we then come back to the core aspect of what has been there for us. And I agree, we need to get away from it. The second key area that we leverage is for social infrastructure. And I think, my colleague, and I say I have to appreciate the different views. I have been on so many panels, but this excites me, similar to my colleague. This excites me. Because it's important for us to, one, have that transparency and hear what's being perceived and and then correct it in the right way. So we leverage the funds into making sure we have our social, the roads, the homes, the electricity, even our social programs where we had challenges in terms of the poverty level. And we leverage our investment, as I talk about the poverty elevation program. So that went into people's hand. And furthermore, we understand there has been some challenges in perceived development. And so we structured, and we took a very, very difficult decision, compliments to the Honorable Prime Minister, to make a very, very difficult decision where he said, listen, I'm focusing on high value. I don't want volume to be it. And so we took a revenue hit. And when we made significant reforms, we rose, we carried our price point, and still one of the highest. Because that is key for us. If we consider, as you said, ourselves the finest, we're a premium brand. And if we say we're a premium brand, we are very clear that in order for you to be part of the program, these are the requirements. And then lastly, we leverage it to pay down our debt. And this is what we have to understand. I keep referring to the fact that, we know we are a small state. For St. Kitts and Nevis, we started with a sugar cane. With Sugar City, although we still carry the name, we don't have any sugar and sugar cane. But that went away. We were then forced to go on to the international. We're a small state. 50,000 people at max, 55, depending on the season, Christmas time. But, then that went away. We then said we were going to go through in tourism, but we understand that's cyclical. And so we're very clear on how these funds are being channeled into the economy. And even to the development, we've actually earmarked, as I mentioned, what is now called the public benefit option. And what are those? Those are specific capital projects that the government has said, listen, this is critical for the continuous development. High school, a modernized high school, we said the future leaders are the young people, and we want them to be on the same level as any international. So we will leverage this fund into that. Affordable homes. Many of us here have lived with family and rented. And when you actually have a home, it changes one's life. And so we said, no, we're going to put roofs over our people's head. And so we have leveraged that into our affordable home aspect. And then furthermore, we said we're in the tourism, so we leveraged it in terms of expansion of our airport. And then also we understand our creative young people. They wanted a place to demonstrate their artistry. And so we're also now leveraging that to build our creative arts center. So I said all of that in terms of we're very specific because, and even more so what St. Kitts has done and with others, is we said we've transformed and moved our program out of a government department and created a statutory corporation. And as a statutory corporation, we have a high degree of independence with various board of governors, various experts that we brought in, and we now have oversight on these programs, whether we bring international construction consultants to make sure that these properties are built at international standard, and if they're not, we then step in and simply say, listen, you're not meeting the obligations that we have architect. And so we have that right to make sure that first and foremost, these projects get completed. That's the number one thing. But also most importantly, they get completed at the standard that we feel fits our sustainable island state agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to join in, anyone on the panel?
Sure, I can
Sure.
chime in, just to add. So in the context of Grenada, we know what our development vision is. It is well set out in the National Sustainable Development Plan, in Vision 75, and there are other high-level strategic priorities that are set out in the National Adaptation Plan, in the National Sustainable Tourism Plan, and so on and so forth. All sectors have an underpinning strategic framework and roadmap. So it is not that we don't know what we have to do, not that we don't know what our development vision is in the context of the CBI, how are they being leveraged to support our development objective? Are the NTF resources or the CBI resources, the investment, are they being put to the highest and best use to support our sustainable development? If we can answer that question unequivocally, then fine. But I don't think we can. So that is why we have these sort of important conversations. So for example, the NTF revenues average just about 15% of total revenues in the past 5 years. And that includes the bumper years of 2023 and 2024. You remove those, and it's about 6% on average. And those resources, the NTF resources, fund on average about 65% of the government's public sector investment program. These are, your roads and your run-of-the-mill sort of government stuff. Are these funds being put to the highest and best use? This is the question I think that I want to interrogate a bit. And I think we can do a lot more with the CBI resources and all sectors. There are resilience gaps in all sectors: tourism, education, energy, agriculture, you name them. How can we use the CBI? And it's not a panacea, let's not kid ourselves. It's just another means of development financing to get to our ultimate end, which we know that is already articulated in those strategic documents. So in terms of tourism, and I want to agree with Brian, but disagree with him. Tourism, let's not kid ourselves. We cannot scale down. We should not scale down tourism. We need to do tourism better and differently. This is my contention. We need to mainstream sustainability. If we want to diversify away from tourism, we are explicitly going to reduce our living standard. Tourism is inextricably linked to your comfort. And just let me explain that a bit. If you look around this room, tell me anything in this room that's produced in Grenada. Anything. Well, don't even look around the room. Look on you, from your head to your toe. Anything on you is produced here? Nothing is produced here. So everything has to be imported. How do you pay for imports? Can you pay for imports in EC dollars? You cannot, right? You need foreign currency to pay for imports. That is why tourism is so important, because this is the largest earner of foreign exchange, and imports sustain our living standard and comfort. This is a fact. This is the reality of small open economies like Grenada. So we can never get out of tourism. We have to do tourism better and differently. And I agree with Brian on this point. I think that there should be a legislation in Grenada that bans hotel on the sand. We don't need any more hotels on the sand. We need ecotourism lodges and so. So there's a lot that we can do in mainstreaming sustainability in tourism, and I don't think we've done that well. There are some properties in Grenada that are labeled sustainability resorts. That's commendable. I think that can be scaled up across the industry. So I think we really need to embed sustainability there. In terms of other opportunities that the CBI resources can be channeled to, the blue economy. This is a tremendous opportunity for Grenada. Our marine area is 75 to 80 times our land area. So that presents tremendous opportunity to have blue economy activities, a thriving blue economy that is consistent and not at odds with good ocean governance and good ocean health. So, CBI resources, NTF resources to fund, blue innovation hubs, coastal communities, to exploit potential in seaweed sargassum that can produce, cosmetics, whatever. Research and development to explore what is possible in the context of Grenada. I think some of the NTF resources, there should be carve-outs in the NTF resources and the investment option to support the blue economy. And we need legacy projects as well. We need flagship legacy projects. We cannot continue to be referring to the SEED as our legacy flagship project. SEED is not a flagship project. Anyway, so we have, Project Polaris, which is good. We need more like those. We need to engage young entrepreneurs. How is the CBI program targeting young entrepreneurs in the digital economy? So whatever happened to our junior achievement program? A modern junior achievement program that is future-facing, that is all about technology and digital innovation. Something like that, there should be a specific carve-out in the NTF or the investment option to support a modern junior achievement that inculcates the sort of digital entrepreneurs, the creation of apps that addresses problems across various sectors. We have a lot of them, agriculture, health, education. Those kind of things I think the CBI can be used to support, and so we can maximize the potential to really, promote sustainable growth and development.
Thank you very much, Doc. Time check, please. Okay, so no time limit, thank you. Brian, you want to chime in, or we could move on to the next question?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, I get the impression that the vast majority of money that goes into the NTF that then goes into the general budget for general support. I would like to see maybe an NTF have, again, all of the money going to the NTF, but also have specific projects that the NTF would be, duty bound to finance. And I also want to see more due diligence on the hotel projects and the other projects which are being implemented with really very little due diligence at all.
No, accepted. I think that's, and again, remember, we'll be having some recommendations coming forward. But one point we miss about the NTF that I think is important to note is the 10% set aside for the contingency fund, which is a reality and sits with the ECCB. So that at least is, identifiable. So folks, Dr. Grenada already had the platform. So we have 10,000 high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals with academic qualifications, professions, expertise, businesses, and investments who have been made citizens of Grenada by virtue of their investment under the CBI program. These people are referred to as the CBI diaspora. From your perspective, what initiatives can we pursue to tap into Grenada's CBI diaspora for the further benefit of the Grenada economy?
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question. I think it's really as much as practical and feasible to shift the relationship from a transactional one, the purchase of citizenship and you get a passport, to shift the relationship to a more potentially transformational one, as much as it's feasible and practical. We are realistic, we're not being idealistic. Some just want the passport for whatever reasons. We are not on any moral high horse to say what's good and what's bad. They want the passport for whatever reason, that's fine. Now, I think perhaps something tangible that can be done perhaps is to develop maybe a post-citizen engagement strategy. I'm not sure if something like that already exists, but one of the components of that strategy could be, at minimum, some annual gathering of some of these economic citizens come back to Grenada annually, maybe at Carnival, Independence, to immerse themselves in the culture, to support some nation-building sort of specific activity, to tour the facilities to which they have contributed to. Things like that. I think there should be a database at the outset that identifies the skills and interests of these people so that we know that if we need a task force on digitization or health or something, we can tap into that database and ask one of those citizens to contribute. So things like that, we have to be intentional and create intentional pathways for engagement post the citizenship. So maybe that's something that can be explored. I imagine that there's already a database with the skill set of these people so that we can tap in. And wherever they are, in whatever capitals of the world that they are engaged with our local embassies to support community initiatives in Grenada. I'm assuming that's already existing. But maybe if you could have an annual gathering, an annual grounding of these citizens, something formal like that, maybe that can help to sort of shift the relationship to a more potentially transformational one where they are remembered, they are known, they are remembered, and they can be, substantially engaged culturally in their country of citizenship.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So, Brian, we are back to the fox in the hen house. Right? And I'm going to feed to the fox that in which it delights. We have seen a preponderance of real estate projects under the CBI program in the hotel accommodation sector. From your perspective, assuming that all the due diligence have been done and they are deemed to be viable, is such a preponderance justified? If yes, why? If not, why not? Be assuming viability.
This one-sided skew to everything. Every dollar of CBI goes to tourism, except when we won't talk about the shrimp farm. Don't talk about the shrimp farm, okay? But everything goes in tourism. And I think that is an over-dependence on one particular thing. And then just quickly, if we're talking about foreigners wanting to become citizens of Grenada by making a financial contribution, instead of giving them a share in a hotel, a timeshare in a hotel that they'll never get any money from, why don't you give them a certificate of investment in a hospital or in a school? And if you want to keep them engaged, after the school is built, the hospital is built, you write to them and say, thank you very much for helping to finance this school. Now, wouldn't you like to help the children become IT literate? Wouldn't you like to make a contribution? I think that we can have methods and methodologies to increase that level of connection that they have with Grenada, rather than through a certificate of ownership of some timeshare that they're never going to get any money from.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much for that. So, folks, I think that we have had a very candid and well-thought-out responses for the questions so far. But panelists, you are not yet off the hook. I now invite delegates to direct their questions, comments to members of the panel in general or any one body in particular. Microphones are strategically located. Make your way quickly. We have only 5 more minutes to entertain the questions.
I would channel this maybe to His Excellency or maybe Ms. Grenade. Dr. Grenade, sorry. I'm following the Comrade Ralph, the five-star general in St. Vincent. He's in the throes of his election campaign. He's ardently against CBI. My question to either of you, if one was to consider CBI naturally as being an engine or economic pillar, you look at St. Vincent, is it surviving? Is its economy surviving? You compare Grenada, St. Lucia, Antigua, Dominica, St. Kitts, who has embraced the CBI. If you compare the two, as opposed to contrasting one who isn't, is St. Vincent as well off in terms of, maybe you use GDP growth as an indicator of wealth or of doing well? So I would just like to have your perspectives, given that St. Vincent clearly has not. They have a new international airport. Sandals clearly invested in the economy. You have, I think he mentioned the other day, 100,000 cars compared to what it was before. So just your perspectives based on where you sit, comparing the two. Thanks.
Yeah, so, well, before Ambassador chime in, your premise is not entirely correct. St. Vincent has its own version of residency and citizenship by investment. Accused to be very poorly legislated and basically controlled by the five-star general. So we should be aware of that. Yeah.
So let me answer it this way. You know, and I'll speak from St. Kitts. You know, I go back to the fact that we started this in 1984. We were the first, we're the only one in the business. And what we see now is even developed countries are also participating in the same program. And you have to wonder the why. Now, the use of the program and the management of the program, you know, various thoughts can come across there. And I go back to where we are now, because I think we need to, and we are, in the whole aspect of diversification. That is the effort. And for us, I know in St. Kitts and Nevis, it is getting to a point of leveraging the program as a means to get to where you need to be. So it now moved from the topic we talk about, dependence, to reliance, and then into sustainability. I think to your point, and again, as I said, you know, there is various flavors that exist, but perhaps they may not be as public. And so one will create the perspective on where certain things are. We've seen various parts of the world, these programs are being recreated in different forms, one way or the other, because it is seen as a viable option. This isn't just now, and we talk about why individual, very high net worth individual, love security, options. You know, in the investment world, you want options. You're not putting all of your investment in one specific area. So you have an opportunity to diversify your portfolio. Now, in terms of the activation of it, and if I may, in terms of how it's being used, we talk about the diaspora as an opportunity. That is the bench strength, reinvestment. So we already have the individuals. How do we tap into them to really get to where we want to be in terms of specifically identifying those agenda items? And they're willing. I can tell you, I mean, recently, in the last couple of this, I had an individual who contributed, already a citizen for many, many years, over $100,000 to a philanthropic organization, just because one simple thing, I asked, would you be able to And not only was, oh, question, just name it. Because what you have given me over the last 30 years is security. What you have given me is an opportunity for my future generation. And we also have to remember the individuals. I think sometimes we approach it with, shoot and then ask questions after approach with this. Individuals innately have positive reasons as to why. They may be born in a country that perhaps is no fault of theirs in terms of this just happen to be having a immobility, and they want that mobility. But they have significant means, and wealthy, high net worth individuals want option. And so different jurisdiction approach the programs differently. I think the question should be is making sure we approach it with the right mind, we approach it with the transparency, we have engagement with our international partners, because at the bottom of this, it's about security. We are giving individuals the opportunity to become part of our family. And in addition to that, we want to make sure you're the right individual, because you become an ambassador. We don't want, of the thousands that you indicated. Now, if you're saying one or two, for example, as the High Commissioner mentioned, the most recent, that individual was granted citizenship in 2014. How would I know that person would have done something in 2021, 2022, actually no, 2025? We don't have crystal balls. So we do everything. And in St. Kitts and Nevis, we even go further. That if we believe you will have some negativity based on what we think, that becomes objective. So you've passed everything. But if we see a blemish somewhere, we have the right to deny you. And this year, since we transitioned, we're 30% denial. Significant. So I say all of that to say, it's really around the question of how it's being done, why it's being done, and then making sure that you use it as a means to then transition into the diversification, because these programs, at the end of the day, they will come to a point in sunset, and we need to be ready. We have to be ready, and if we're not ready, then shame on us that we didn't leverage this moment where a significant opportunity and revenues come in to diversify ourselves to become sustainable islands in the Caribbean.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, we did say at the beginning that this panel was potentially interesting and riveting. I'm not sure if it has achieved that, but we are at the end. I want you to put your hands together for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duncan, His Excellency St. Just, Dr. Grenade, and Mr. Samuel. Mr. Duncan, it was riveting, especially in the beginning of it was a riveting discussion, so thank you for that. We will pause now for a break for 20 minutes. We do have refreshments on the outside in the pavilion, so you're asked to kindly proceed to indulge in those refreshments and return to the room at around 11 o'clock. We will call when we're ready to restart the program. So thank you.
Here, you'll experience unparalleled luxury and comfort and discover the profound beauty of harmony between humanity and nature. A world-class resort, ripe with unparalleled investment opportunities. Together, let us begin this exquisite journey where prestige meets the promise of generational prosperity.
Mobility, a theme woven into the very fabric of human history. From ancient wanderers to modern explorers, our instinct to move, to seek something greater, and to grow has always driven us forward. Imagine a journey into pathways of boundless opportunities and endless possibilities. A collective future where the vibrant rhythms of the Caribbean, rich culture, and welcoming community create unforgettable experiences. Beyond citizenship by investment, we believe in our collective investment of time, resources, and energy that fosters innovation, creates jobs, and enriches lives, driving the growth of an entire nation. The Investment Migration Agency Grenada boasts over a decade of exceptional service and remains committed to guiding you toward global mobility and economic freedom through investment. Your journey becomes our shared story of progress and prosperity. This is an invitation to be part of something greater, something enduring. Begin your journey at IM+GBCL.GD. IM+GBCL. Unlock the possibilities. Mobility, a common theme woven into the very fabric of human history. From ancient wanderers to modern explorers, our instinct to move, to seek something greater, and to grow has always driven us forward. Imagine a journey into pathways of boundless opportunities and endless possibilities. A collective future where the vibrant rhythms of the Caribbean, rich culture, and welcoming community create unforgettable experiences. Beyond citizenship by investment, we believe in our collective investment of time, resources, and energy that fosters innovation, creates jobs, and enriches lives, driving the growth of an entire nation. The Investment Migration Agency Grenada boasts over a decade of exceptional service and remains committed to guiding you toward global mobility and economic freedom through investment. Your journey becomes our shared story of progress and prosperity. This is an invitation to be part of something greater, something enduring. Begin your journey at IM+GBCL.GD. IM+GBCL. Unlock the possibility.
That was cool.
We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving a warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development. a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future. A vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home. We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving a warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future. A vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home. We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving a warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future. A vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home. We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving our warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future, a vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home. We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce while preserving a warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future, a vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home. We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw a
I like those chairs.
Orlando.
Welcome back, everyone. We just ask you to please take your seats so that we can restart the program. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on with today's program. But before we do that, how was break? Good? Dear, there was a clap? All right. IMRT 2025, let's just do a vibe check. IMRT 2025? Okay. The second giveaway is going to the person who can respond to the question, correctly of course, in the mic. ECCIRA is the acronym for what body and where will that be headquartered? First person to the mic will receive a ticket or a pass for dinner for two at Six Senses, last address. Yes, the prize is dinner for two at Six Senses, last address. So ECCIRA, what does that mean and where would it be headquartered?
Yes. Eastern Caribbean Citizen by Investment Regulatory Authority, headquartered in Grenada.
Okay, I believe that's the correct answer. You didn't hear? Sorry? Repeat the answer. That's what you said, right? Okay, please come up for your prize.
That's what I said.
Congratulations. Thank you.
This is the simple beauty of Grenada. This is the quiet side of luxury, a beautiful home where you can truly find peace.
Okay, we say thank you to Range Developments for sponsoring that giveaway. Moving along to panel discussion number 2. Are we leveraging our investment migration diaspora? And to what extent does their citizenship allow mutually beneficial arrangements that facilitate our holistic growth and advancement? Are we engaging with our investment migration diaspora enough? Is Grenada truly seen as their second home? These are all questions that I have in my mind as we progress into the next panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Richard Hallam. And as I introduce the panelists, please proceed to the stage. Mr. Richard Hallam is a dual citizen of Grenada and Great Britain. His 30 years work experience have taken him to every continent, but his current home base for the past 17 years is the Isle of Spice. He has played a multifaceted role in the development scene of Grenada, working initially in the acquisition and development of multi-use projects, and later with the government and developers in the creation of the Grenada CBI program as a special advisor to the Office of Inward Investment. He is an approved marketing agent with the Grenada CBI program, and with his direct insider on island knowledge and close working relationships with all major developers and local agents, he currently holds the position of CBI Director for Aura Caribbean, who are the developers of Silver Sands, Grenada. Richard? Daisy, welcome. Daisy Joseph Andel is a partner at Joseph Rowe Law Firm and the CEO of All Star Grenada, a licensed local agent for Grenada's CBI program. Daisy has served as a board member of the CBI committee and currently serves as the president of the newly formed Grenada Investment Migration Organization. She specializes in real estate law, investment migration, development projects, and international corporate structuring, guiding clients through complex transactions with clarity and expertise. Welcome, Daisy. Uwem Okpong is Vice President of Global Services at Amazon Web Services, the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud. Uwem brings nearly 30 years of deep industry experience across technology, operations, energy, and software domains. He previously served as Executive Vice President of Regions, Alliances, and Enterprise Sales for Baker Hughes, where he led global oil and gas operations across many continents and countries. Prior to Baker Hughes, Uwem served as president of Schlumberger Software, where he was responsible for strategic development and commercialization of industry software and services for reservoir characterization, production, optimization, and drilling. Welcome, Uwem. Thomas Anthony, a citizenship by investment consultant, was appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada CBI unit, now IMA Grenada, effective April 3rd, 2023. He is a former commercial, retail, and investment banker with 26 years experience working in banking and financial securities sectors in Antigua, St. Lucia, and Miami. Thomas is a certified financial crime specialist, an accredited director, a member of the Investment Migration Council, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. And lastly, Mark Scott, Max Scott is the Chief Executive Officer of Aura Caribbean, the regional development arm of Aura Developers, responsible for the company's portfolio of luxury properties across the Caribbean. With over 45 years of experience in the global hospitality industry, Mark has spent the past 25 years specializing in resort and real estate development throughout the Caribbean. He began his career in hotel operations with Hilton and Sarova Hotels before transitioning to development leadership roles, where he has partnered with entrepreneurial investors and visionaries to create world-class luxury resort destinations. Mark's extensive experience combines operational excellence with strategic development insight, positioning him as a leading figure in the Caribbean's high-end hospitality and real estate sector. Over to you, Mr. Hallam, for this panel discussion.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. IMRT? Just checking. We're kind of carrying on the narrative from the last question of the previous panel and exploring our diaspora, especially those who've become citizens through investment migration. Can they be more than just passport holders? I want to discuss how they can continue to contribute to regional growth, investment, immigration, innovation, and international advocacy. Joining me today are these four distinguished panelists who each bring a unique perspective from policy and program design to business experience and diaspora engagement. And I've done this panel a little bit differently, as we've got specific questions to specific individuals because they each have their own area of expertise. But if any of the panelists obviously want to jump in on any of the questions, please feel free to do so, and we'll try to allow some time at the end for any questions. So starting, first of all, I think with policy and the rationale, and I want to direct that to Mr. Anthony. When an applicant invests and gains citizenship, either the government receives its donation, $235,000 US, or a developer and stakeholders receive theirs of around $270,000. Given that, why should we involve the diaspora further once these individuals already hold their citizenship and passports? And as a follow-up, what specific strategies or programs are the IMA implementing to engage and leverage the 20,000 plus members of the diaspora community? And also, as to Mr. Clark's concerns earlier, how can we be sure of their intentions?
Good morning. Here we go. Is that better? No. Hello? Yes. Ooh. Good morning. My apologies. Thank you for that, Rick. Good morning, colleagues. You can give Mark that one. Oh, okay. I think they're trying to confuse me up here. Yeah, but in terms of the, well, I'll start by saying I have some comments related to the previous panel. I quite like the discussion, but there's some areas I'd like to rebut, but I'll do that in my standalone presentation. So in order to keep this panel flowing, I will just focus on those questions that are put to me and the discussion that we're having. So these programs for a long time, and continuing today, have had the reputation of being passport for sale programs. And that's precisely because there was no engagement with the new citizens beyond the transaction to become a citizen. They make the investment, we assess them, background check, we grant them citizenship, and they get a passport and off they go, not having come to this country at all, 99% of them. And so there was no opportunity to create a link between the new citizens and their new country. The IMA, going to plans, is changing that approach. And we want to benefit from the expertise, the network, and the incredible amount of knowledge, expertise, experience that the diaspora brings. And so we have created a diaspora desk. And as a matter of fact, we will be filling the position of head of diasporic affairs by the 1st of December. We've had interviews, and we're pretty close to deciding who that person will be. So that we're taking seriously the engagement of our diaspora beyond having become a citizen to do some of those things that Dr. Grenada talked about, to leverage their expertise so that they can come on island from time to time and impart their expertise to entrepreneurs, to specialists, to invest in other areas of the economy, also for philanthropic purposes. We started this year with a diaspora event celebrating the independence of Grenada in Dubai, in the UAE, in February of this year, and it is intended to be an annual event. And all of this is to create that link, to allow the new citizens to learn about their new country, but also give them opportunities to participate in investment opportunities and philanthropic opportunities on the island.
Thank you. So that's given us an institutional perspective. Let's move to community and the connection side, and I want to direct this question to Daisy. In your view, what unique value, financial, intellectual, or cultural, can the diaspora continue to national development? And why should they be encouraged to get involved? And also, how can local agents, government bodies, and the newly formed GMIO work together to better engage and channel diaspora interest into sustainable investment?
Good morning, everyone. I think my voice is loud enough. Good morning, everyone. Of course, it's a pleasure to be here and given the opportunity to share on this very important topic this morning of leveraging the diaspora. And I almost encourage us to look at it in a different way. We can speak about what the diaspora can bring in, the intellectual capital, the knowledge base. I mean, we are limited by the simple fact that we are a population of 100,000+ persons, geographically on an island, and now we have the benefit of our global citizens who can bring knowledge that I may not even be able to speak to, because you can only aspire to what you know. And in that statement alone serves as what they can bring to us, because they can bring to us what they know that we don't. And they can add to our development, our existence. But why I say I would like to look at it in a slightly different way is that we have to make it simple for them, for our citizens, our CBI diaspora, to participate and feel welcomed within our society. And I think that a good start is the diaspora desk that my colleague Thomas would have spoken about, but we have to drill down. You know, Grenada is known for its hospitality, its friendliness, and we have to transition that into professionalism. We have to transition that into predictability, to stability, to a clear and direct path to facilitate the contribution that our CBI diaspora wants to make to Grenada. I think about it like the family you choose. There is a real connection that can be made with the family you choose, not the family you're simply born into. You choose, and this is what every single CBI investor has done when it comes to the investment in Grenada. So we, of course, need to leverage what they're bringing in, but we have to create an environment that facilitates the ease of participation and contribution. And that means meaningful engagement, availability to speak to the right persons, and to follow through with professionalism. And if I then may link that to the second question that our distinguished moderator posed, which is what is the role of the local agents? What is the role potentially of the Grenada Investment Migration Organization in this process? Well, first of all, the local agents are sometimes the only Grenadian connection that each investor has to the island initially. So this is the forward-facing person. This is the person that creates the idea of what the environment of doing business in Grenada is all about. So our professionalism, our communication, our engagement, and our treating with each CBI investor as a full person rather than a transaction is going to set the tone for continued engagement with that investor, that now Grenadian global citizen. And so that is the importance of each local agent. Of course, we do our vetting, we prepare our applications, but it goes much further. And I think if we appreciate the value and the importance of our role as the connection between the future CBI diaspora and Grenada, then we will certainly take great pride in how we deliver that service, and we are the ambassadors for Grenada and for the program. So that's the local agents. The Grenada Investment Migration Organization is meant to be a bridge, and how that bridge is utilized depends on all the stakeholders that are involved. So the intention is to provide support and provide an avenue to get to all of the goals that the country, the government, and our people set, and the expectations.
Thank you. Just to jump off script a little bit, and maybe direct this back to you, Thomas. We talk about the CBI diaspora, but there's also a greater diaspora, 300,000 Grenadians living abroad. Would the desk that you're implementing and would some of the policies that are being put into place also be available to those Grenadians? We talked earlier about the brain drain, about Grenadian talent leaving the island and going to work in New York and Toronto and London, Miami, etc. Would there be facilities for them to be able to access, to be able to come back to Grenada and bring back their intellect and bring back their skills, as well as just the CBI diaspora?
So thank you for the opportunity to add a little more color. When we embarked on the creation of this desk, we engaged a consulting firm, and that consulting firm engaged with multiple departments of government, including the diaspora affairs, the Home Affairs, the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Finance, and others. And that was because we wanted to integrate the CBI diaspora work with the national work that is being done with the diaspora. So that's a part of the design, and that person, once they come on board, will be engaging with the various parts of government to, as Daisy alluded, create that environment, to help to create that environment, to encourage people to participate in Grenada, including the descendants of Grenadians and those who chose to live in other parts of the world.
Thank you. We are honored and blessed, I think, to have in our presence the diaspora itself. has been chosen to represent the 20,000 and speak on their behalf. Yourself, you're a successful Nigerian American businessman who now holds Grenadian citizenship. What conditions or opportunities would make Grenada more attractive for you and others like you to invest, work, and collaborate here? And as a high-profile and influential member of the diaspora, how do you see your role in helping to facilitate this?
Yeah, Rick, thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you here. I think I probably need to start by why I chose Grenada, because everybody said, come on, Mr. Opong, you've lived in the US for 26 years. You're a US citizen, born and raised in Nigeria. Why would you want to get another passport? And it all started with a vacation trip to Grenada. And I was transported back to when I was a kid in Nigeria, in a city I grew up in called the Garden City. The plants, the vegetation, transported me back, and I said to my wife and 19-year-old daughter, this is going to be home for us. Now, the other thing that was of interest is my business interest is in the United States. And so time zone-wise, this made perfect sense. I did my research, integrity, accountability, safety, security, all lined up well. And so I said, we will invest. But it wasn't just going to stop at getting the passport and potentially buying a home here. It was really going to be about how I could give back to Grenada if Grenada is willing to take advantage of what I bring. At Amazon Web Services today, I manage a team of 25,000 people across 51 countries. So I travel a lot. I was in Bangkok last week with the Prime Minister of Thailand. And when Daisy Andal said, OM would like you to come to this conference, I said, I can only give 24 hours. But there is a passion for me to come here and want to serve. But why do I talk about this? Because of the work I do, I deal with leaders in manufacturing, auto, healthcare and life sciences, energy, media, entertainment, telco. And I see every day how they transform countries, how they transform communities. And for me, that's what I would like to bring to Grenada if Grenada is receptive to listen to ideas that we can bring here. So very clearly, the aspect of a country being open with good accountability and integrity, coupled with knowledge that we from the diaspora can bring, is something I'm trying to show to other Grenadians who have benefited from the CBI program, that there is an opportunity to give back. And I love the program you all are putting in place to proactively reach out to the diaspora to see what they can bring to play here. So I do believe that's going to be the focus. And you know, I laugh with Daisy and I say, I make about 4 trips a year here to Grenada. And so I want to show that to other Grenadians from the CBI program, how this can be done properly and help the economy.
Thank you. I think we're very blessed to have UM here today and actually have the perspective of the horse's mouth, somebody that's actually attained the citizenship, why they attained it, and how it makes them feel about becoming a citizen of Grenada and what they want to bring back. And I think I can only hope that all the other 19,999 out there have the same viewpoint as you. So thank you, I appreciate that. Mark, you're not really the oddball on the panel, but I think one of the reasons I asked you to be on this panel is, like me, you've played a significant role in Grenada's development over the past 18, 20 years, completing 3 successful investment migration hospitality projects. Looking back to those early days as somebody coming to the country, representing a developer and being his right-hand man and being able to make the decisions on his behalf, what kind of guidance or support would have helped you most when you first arrived? And I want you to kind of look at that as if you were obviously a new Grenadian coming to Grenada and looking at the opportunities that are available and how you can best leverage those. And based on your experience, what gaps still exist do you feel that we need to address to make Grenada more welcoming and investment ready to new citizens and diaspora investors?
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, everybody. I moved here almost 20 years ago, 19 some years ago. This was actually my 4th move of country in my career. So I had a little bit of experience already, and I had lived in the Bahamas previously, so some Caribbean experience previously. But I think in coming to Grenada, it is a little different. And I would certainly advise people like you and others in the room who have moved here and made this their home or one of their homes to come in slowly, come in gently. Don't be in too much of a hurry. There's a wonderful pace of life here. The culture here moves a little bit more slowly than if you're coming from Dubai or parts of Nigeria or Hong Kong, Singapore. So the pace here is different, the culture is different. Take your time, don't be in a rush. Come and study the country a little, learn a little bit about it. And then getting a little bit more technical into it, if you're looking at having a business here or working as a consultant here or something, some of the laws are different. So I'd advise you to build a good team around you. Find a good lawyer who can support you. Find a good accountant who can give you advice on local taxation and things that happen here. Because I know a lot of people come here to do business and get frustrated by the process and leave again. And it's not necessary. If they come in the right way, talk to the right people, make the right connections early on in their journey, it will make it a much smoother landing for them and hopefully make them more successful in Grenada. So those are some of the things I would recommend.
Thank you. We're making great time, by the way. So, I mean, those were the main questions that I wanted to get addressed and discuss. I don't know if any of our panel want to expand on some of the points and go into a little bit more detail. UM?
Yes, no, it's, you know, I know the topic here has all been about CBI and the funding used, but in some of the early discussions I've had with companies, you know, there is an excitement to want to deploy capital in countries where they see an opportunity. And I've had discussions with CEOs of power companies and energy companies. And these are CEOs who are building data centers for us. In fact, I'm responsible for deciding globally where AWS builds its next data centers. And so with that engagement, I'm asking them, what's the future of the Caribbean? What's the future of Grenada? And they're saying, we are interested. We would love to establish a connection with the government and have an open discussion to see how we can help. And I'm sure that's going to be the same with other sectors that we can push for. So I think beyond the CBI program, it's time for Grenada to start thinking much more broadly and looking at the private sector and looking at international companies to see how we can bring in some of these companies to come assess. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, but let them come assess and see if there is an opportunity to even invest further in Grenada. I think that's what we as a diaspora can help bring and create that connection for the country.
What do you need? We have a room full of professionals and government officials. How do we get a data center in Grenada? Tell us.
No, look, the data center thesis is when we, as Amazon Web Services, look to invest in a data center, we want to understand what the possibilities are in terms of what available workloads are in there. And that investment ranges from anywhere from $1 billion to $5 billion. The reason I was in Thailand is because we've just launched a big data center in the country. We can go a bit smaller too. And so I think we've got to assess what's here. Is it healthcare data? Right? Is it government data? Or is it national data? By the way, AWS hosts data for the US government, national security organizations, same for the UK government, same for the Australia government, New Zealand government, Canada. So I think there's a wide range of possibilities, but we've got to see and assess the scale. And that's what I am also pushing here as I visit in the country.
And it's appreciated.
Thank you.
So Ricky, if I may just add, here is a fantastic example of one of those people that my colleague and friend, His Excellency Calvin St. Just spoke about, who do not get mentioned. And this is why we are embarking on engaging with the 20,000 plus people who have become our citizens. In the case of Grenada, I am not aware of anyone who has become a citizen through the program, and I rather use investment migration, who have had issues that were talked about earlier. But we have lots of examples of meaningful, good people who just want an opportunity to move beyond where they were born. For those of us who are, through the accident of our birth, are born in privileged countries where our passports get us to 90% of the world, 80% of the world, we do not have a real understanding of what motivates people to invest in these programs, so that we can get up one morning and decide we want to go, in the case of Grenada, to 150 countries. But someone born in Syria or Nigeria or Afghanistan, they only have access to 40 plus countries or 60 plus countries, right? And as I said, through the accident of their birth. And because of decisions that their government may have made, they are limited in terms of their ability to travel the world. And they may be opposed to these very decisions. But we make decisions about limiting them because of those decisions that their governments may have made. And so these programs, the motivator, many people, yes, it's a plan B, but for some people, it's a life-changing decision. An individual who lives in Afghanistan or in other parts of the world where their daughter is not allowed access to education, they want an opportunity for that daughter to study. And so they make the investment. They make the sacrifice and they make the investment. So we do have a good understanding of why people invest in these programs. I'm not suggesting that everyone who applies for these programs have good motives, but the large majority of people do. And the due diligence process that we go through is to cipher out those who do not have good motives for becoming part of our country. And so, thank you for coming here. I want to hear more stories like these because they're really good stories. And as I travel, I encounter many of our citizens who want to make a contribution. They want to make a contribution, but there is no mechanism, there's no organized structure for them so to do. And this is why the diaspora desk is so important.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in. I was listening to you, Thomas, and just thinking, this is the point. UIM is one example of many, and I am privileged to have had our paths cross. But, and I'm not trying to throw rain on this parade, this is a very positive panel, but this, I consider this event, this IMRT, a working group. And so we have to address insufficiencies. We have to address things that need work done. I always say to people, we walk through this life once. What are we going to do with it? What are we doing with our CBI program? What are we doing with the UIMs and whoever else that want to access and want to help grow our program? And I am feeling quite passionate about this because this is an example of one investor of many who has tried to access and find a steady path to bring in the conversation further than just these are my ideas. So we have to provide that structure and predictability of how it's going to get done. So that is one. But also, there is a trend, and it only came up when I was on the flight, on a flight recently, and it was discussing Caribbean policies and foreign investment. And the person was saying to me, charge them until they holler, then back off the dollar. And I am bringing this up because when we are structuring our framework for inviting our diaspora to participate, we have to make sure that the policies that are developed are equitable and do not take the approach of because it is a foreign person, you know, we try to find ways to add on additional costs and taxes, and that may not be a popular view because we are trying to generate income, but sometimes we have to be careful in shaping policy that it doesn't shoot ourselves in the foot. So I'm bringing up all of these thoughts because I really think that this is more than just a conference. It's not just a place where we come and talk niceties. We start putting pen to paper, start grinding, start making things happen. So all of this I would like to see be able to create an environment that encourages many UIMs, many persons who look and speak differently from us to feel like they are part of the community welcomed, and they have a streamlined process to equitable access to investment in Grenada.
Thank you, Daisy. No, please. I think it's always, I mean, I've been involved with the CBI Citizenship by Investment Migration Program for about 14, 15 years now, and it's always been very easy to take pot shots at the program, to throw shade on the program, and there are examples which have been raised here today of individuals who seek to defraud, cheat, and use the citizenship and passport as a vehicle for malfeasance. But I would wager, having listened to UM and having sat on this panel now, I would wager that for every one of those, there's 1,000 UMs that would seek to have the opportunities, that would seek to have the spotlight put on them and not on the individuals, so that we can really grow the programs and engage the diaspora and look at finding ways of turning citizenship into partnership. With that being said, I was given the 10-minute warning 2 minutes ago, so we have time for questions from the floor if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I attempted to ask the previous moderator a couple of questions, but you would have to be subjected now to them. First of all, I want to congratulate the previous panel, and in particular the commentary coming from, I believe, Dr. Grenada, with respect to post-CBI global citizenship engagement. And I want to talk about the engagement that ought to be real. I believe our global citizens feel that they are just back pocket or front pocket citizens. And there need to be real engagement. They need to feel as though that they are actually Grenadians, because I believe, based on my limited engagements with a few, they don't feel that way. And I'm happy that the CBI office is moving in that direction. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of which my office sits, we have submitted a white paper to the government of Grenada with respect to a program, Diaspora Homecoming, and not just for real, well, maybe I should not use that word. It is not for Grenadians who were born in Grenada, but it ought to be inclusive of Grenadians who have become new Grenadians and have a real homecoming arrangement. So I'm glad that we have been able to collaborate with the CBI office and have held discussions with Richard and Anthony regarding this particular matter. I want to also just, and I don't intend to take up too much time, Mr. Moderator, to talk a little bit about developers being approved for projects in Grenada. And I've seen over the many years a project, for example, out in Leverett, that seem not to have any sort of community financial engagement. And by that I mean the project, while way out, at night there's nothing to do. So I would really like to see the CBI office establishing a special body, not within CBI, outside of CBI, maybe through the Ministry of Tourism, to really give input on investments. Input that would empower the local communities. Take, for example, Las Vegas. The guests come there in the evenings. Where do they go? Absolutely nowhere. There should be small shops, small bars, small theaters, and other type of such investments, which the developer must be made responsible to invest in, jointly with government providing lands for these small investments to pop up. They will provide support to that particular development. I think we need to hold our developers more accountable and more responsible for our communities around the said investment that they're making. I think too many developers feel, I've made my profit, now I can turn my back. And then the community really does not benefit sufficiently. So let me just one more comment. The issue now regarding more engagements. How does the CBI office intends to develop this jointly with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? As I said, we have a white paper which we are just waiting on approval from Cabinet with respect to a true homecoming diaspora invitation or engagement to Grenada with nationals and our global citizens. I rest my case.
I think Terry makes some good points there, Thomas. I think points that have been brought up earlier with regards to developers and due diligence on developers. I want to just save, rather than respond, if I may, because I'm sure you and Terry can have great discussions about the diaspora of this. If there are any questions specifically relating to the panel, specifically to diaspora, Chris. If we have time, Thomas, we can go back to...
While Chris comes to the mic, I just want to say briefly that Ambassador Forrester, rest assured that your office will be one of the first offices that the head of diaspora will visit, and together we can create what that looks like, what that engagement looks like.
First of all, I want to say my name is Christopher Ashby. I'm a Grenadian. I came to Grenada when I was 2 years old. I'm a successful or unsuccessful graduate of Westmoreland in presentation. My mother and father worked for the governor of Sir Eric Gary, so I'm Grenadian. So I speak as a Grenadian. And I love wild game, just to top it off. So I spent my entire career in corporate finance and structured finance. I don't need to give my credentials, but I have credentials. I came back to Grenada and I built a development, and besides Richard and myself, I think we're the only Grenadians who actually did CBI developments here. Now, the issue with investment in Grenada is as follows. We attract two kinds of investors. Billionaires, there's a couple of them, and bless them for what they've done, and dreamers who come and build a massive house in Point Celine or Westerhall Point or Fort Judy, but there's this in between where the money shot is. Now, we talk about attracting investors and this and that, but I sit on I'm a board member of a leveraged buyout firm, which has about $40 billion in capital, and two venture capital firms, one private equity that manage together about $6 billion. And so we recently did a project in Africa. And let me tell you about this country to show how difficult it was, and we got it done. They had a military coup. ISIS is in the north. They had Ebola recently, and we raised $134 million for a power generation facility. Now, this makes Grenada look like, free money on the street. But what we did, and what I don't think we do here successfully, is create specific investment opportunities that address those items, those areas that a real investor wants to see. It's easy to say, I love Grenada, I like oil down, I want to come back, I like the beach, I want to go to Carriacou. But the reality is most the people that will transform this economy with capital, that includes the speed of capital that comes in and the conversion of that capital to jobs, etc., they want to see what is the risk, what is the investment, what is the return, who is the developer, who is the principal. We just overlook that entirely, and that is that which attracts capital. There's a point where you can feel good. I love Grenada, it's my home. I buried my parents here. I love this place. But when I look at, I keep hearing the same thing from our investors that, where do I invest? What do I do? Well, there's an island called Ile de Caille, it's $20 million. Okay, as we know from couple of the islands have been purchased here, easy to buy, hard to develop. So the question really is, and I put this forward to all the people in the room who are stakeholders and have the ability to influence this, where are the real investment opportunities? Where are the real PPMs, private placement memorandums? Where are the people that can talk intelligently with those who really will come in and really transform this economy through foreign inward investment? Finally, one final point. We need to clean up the way we do business, specifically as it pertains to the alien land holding license. Now, I know this is a very big point of controversy. Let me give you an example. We have someone in our development who wants to start building. It's going to be a minimum $3 million build. We'll employ about 40 people for 2 years. We're in our 8th month waiting for the alien land holding license. It's absurd. That's 30 or 40 jobs. When you give a job in Grenada, you don't feed one person, you feed part of a community. So if I say, what can we do to make things better? Let's get really organized and have people, preferably Grenadians, who can really work for this to develop specific investment opportunities. So if we get some angry Morgan Stanley analyst who wants to prove Grenada is not a good place to invest, we can counter that with intelligence and with integrity and with numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
So, Rick, if I may briefly, Rick, Chris, we're of the same mind. We recently had a paper submitted to Cabinet, I think it was approved, where we will be, through a multi-agency approach, creating project papers with specific information about risk, return, and those areas that you spoke about, to develop the project paper so that we can deliver to potential partners, investors in the country. So that's in train. As I said, the framework has been built out, and I believe it was recently approved by Cabinet. So it will be rolled out shortly. But I hear you, and we're in agreement.
And Anthony, I'd really emphasize Chris's points. You know, I'm pretty much at the early stage of what Chris is also trying to get achieved here. And yesterday I had some good meetings, you know, with members of parastatals here in Grenada. But I stressed the point of speed and agility in what we want to do here, because if that doesn't happen, people are going to go elsewhere, you know, with their investments. And so, +1 to what you've said, and let's just make sure we see it happen. And that way, there is some, you know, the folks we're trying to bring in say, yes, you really meant what you said there. If it fails once, fails twice, fails the 3rd time, then I may end up just coming for the beach, you know, as yeah, Chris said, yeah, so, and oil down, yeah. So we don't want that, yes. We want to be able to bring something tangible and really have the two groups drive this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all our panelists. Oh, there's another question, sorry? Are we good for time?
Hi, good morning, everyone, or maybe afternoon by now. My name is Paula Latouche Keller. I'm from Century 21. I'm the broker there, so I wouldn't go further into that. I think everybody knows me here. In listening to Chris, I just thought I should have a backup statement as well, because me being in real estate for 20 years in Grenada, one of the main things I try to understand is the vision of Grenada. I sell Grenada on a daily basis to people like Wem, to many other high net worth individuals. And one of the things we lack, so you say, yes, we're doing papers, but one of the things we lack is all of our visions are in alignment with the government's vision and with a 20-year plan. So as an investor coming in, when they ask me the question, what are your plans for the next 20 years? What are the plans that are put in place, legislation, or what needs to get done in order for these plans to realize, and for that investor to feel confident in investing in Grenada and knowing in the next 20 years, this is where we're going. So I think we could all talk, but I also believe that you, IMA, and the government need to be in alignment with your plans and your vision, and to give investors that confidence that no matter who comes in power, because that's the problem we're having as well, that they would not take that plan and break it up because they want to have to be glorified because their government did it, and this government. We're seeing that that is not working. So I'm asking you, please, to let us synchronize and be in alignment so we could have people like UM, when they come to the table, they know what they're getting into. That's my comment.
I do not think that IMA spells GIDC. So the points that have been raised, really and truly, are at the feet of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. CBI IMA is only one vehicle. And yes, I take the point that there needs to be coordination, and we do have, as Thomas pointed out, interagency coordination. From the other role that I play, Paula, rest assured that the National Sustainable Development Plan, not done by this administration, has been endorsed and is being carried through. So there's consistency across electoral cycles, if you may, and the Prime Minister is on record as having the aspiration to legislate the plan along with Vision 75. So we're on a new path for consistency over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the audience. I think it's important to note that in the latter part of the afternoon, there is the opportunity for people, there is a roundtable questionnaire, and there will be opportunities for people to actually put down some of the points that were raised just now on paper so that it can be put on record and then used as ammunition for next year's report, and hopefully we can move forward to get some of these issues resolved. I think what's clear is that leveraging diaspora isn't just about bringing in investment. It's about building leadership, trust, and shared purpose between those abroad and those at home. So let's hope we continue to find ways, as I said earlier, to turn citizenship into partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, Mrs. Joseph Andel, Mr. Okpong, Mr. Anthony, and Mr. Scott for your perspectives. Those are some really passionate and personal contributions for this panel. And we really look forward to, as Rick said, your contributions this afternoon, where we get really practical with the questions and your responses to not just the what's, but the how, which is always more important. So thank you for those discussions and those contributions from the audience. And speaking of actionable items, we move into Mr. Anthony's presentation on how the IMA is progressing and being held accountable based on their mandate. So he will now deliver the update on the 2024 IMRT action list. Over to you, Mr. Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. As if you haven't heard enough from me already. So, Daisy, this is the part of the event where you spoke about the accountability. And so IMA having to report on those areas that were recommended, suggested in 2024's iteration of the IMRT. But before I do that, I want to take the opportunity to just briefly speak on some of the issues raised in previous presentations. And so Brian and I have had some discussions through text and also through conversation. And we agree on some of the points, Brian. But there are some areas that I think I need to address, lest people leave here believing that the points raised are based on factual, foundational information. And so, whilst I agree with you, Brian, as it relates to the structure of the real estate component of the program, and to this point, in April of this year at CIS in Antigua, I made the point that aspirationally, if I were to be given the opportunity to create a program from the ground up, the real estate component would look very different to the way it looks today, in that it will be a true partnership between government and the private developer, so that government would receive the funds and government will make decisions in partnership with developers in terms of where those monies are spent. So we agree on that point. But where we diverge is the fact that there's no due diligence being done when we onboard projects. Yes, that was a thing of the past. We had situations where some projects were approved at government level and the then CIU being asked to implement. We had situations where the CEO, his or her team, would make the assessment, present to the committee, and decisions are made, yes, in the absence of some maybe professional expertise in areas that were important. That was then. Since 2023, we have embarked on creating a cadre of professionals on whom we rely. Professionals like quantity surveyors, like civil engineers, like QSs. And to coordinate all of that, we employed a former island scholar who is quite competent. She's a project manager, and she receives these project proposals and make decisions about which of those professionals she would engage to help her to make a decision about feasibility and all of the other areas that we study. So again, since 2023, that has been the process. And we have some really important professionals on board to help us to make assessments about new projects, but also to help us to assess existing projects. So, thank you for that, Brian. It's always good to have opposing views in the room. If all of us see things the same way, then it's unlikely we're going to grow and we're going to get better. So I really appreciate you for that. But I just wanted to make clear that there is significant feasibility study that is being done on projects as we consider them. Now, for the reporting aspect of my task. And I'm not getting any reaction. Now, I'll let you in on a little secret before I continue. We are about to see the presentation for the first time together. So I arrived on island yesterday afternoon after being on the road for 6 weeks on a promotional tour of multiple countries. And so I left the creation of the presentation to my executive assistant extraordinaire with the assistance of the deputy CEO and other members of the team to create. So, again, we're about to see it for the first time together. So you'll forgive me if I'm not my usual fluent self. But I have my team here to support me on those areas I may lack. Oh, that direction. Okay, thank you. So, as we did last year, we separated the issues, or the recommendations is a better word, in terms of those that the IMA would have direct responsibility for, and then those that are other stakeholder-driven recommendations. But before I do that, allow me to toot our horn a little bit and look at some major achievements for the year. But I also want to use this opportunity to just congratulate my staff on achieving our application received target yesterday of 400 applications in the year. In spite of headwinds, such as the suspension and eventual revocation of a local agent license, the investigation of a major developer, and I personally thought that we would not have achieved the target because of those issues and because of the geopolitical headwinds that the program faces. And so I am really happy that we were able to achieve this by November 12th, and my expectation is that we will likely repeat last year's number, which was 420 applications. Now, I know some stakeholders in the room may be saying, but that's a significant reduction from the 2023 and 2024, 22 application numbers. Yes, it is. And we all expected that to be the case because the applications were driven by a single global event. And we knew that once we ended the acceptance of those applications, that we would revert to pre-Russia-Ukraine war numbers. And here we are. So, in terms of major achievements, I won't speak on all of them, but some I'd like to point out or highlight. AI integration. So we created a AI customer representative agent who resides on our homepage. And she relies not on the internet, but on a knowledge base that we created in terms of all of the information related to the program, as well as the country of Grenada. And you can ask her multiple questions in multiple languages. The only language you haven't mastered yet is Arabic, and I'm told that the developers are working on that. But Russian, Chinese, all of the other languages that we see people coming from, she can respond in those languages. And we've gotten really good reports on the road that she has proven useful to individuals who engage with our website, with agents and with potential applicants. The diaspora desk I spoke about earlier, and just to reiterate, by the 1st of December, we expect to have someone in-house to treat with the diaspora. Also discussed earlier was the fact that we are not very diversified in terms of the project offering, that we're largely in the hotel sector, tourism sector. To respond to that and to allow local developers an opportunity, local developers and business people an opportunity to benefit from the program, we created what's called the Enhanced Local Developer Program. And legislation was passed to allow local Grenadians, not just in the hotel sector or the tourism sector, but in many different sectors, to be able to create a project proposal for the consideration of investors. And we have not just left them on their own to find the talent to create the project proposal. We have partnered with GIDC, to help them, to give them a helping hand in terms of creating a viable project document for investors' consideration before they get to the point of coming to IMA to be considered as an approved project. So the Enhanced Local Developer Program, we're very proud about. The consolidation of laws, that's something that we're really passionate about. And Chairman Duncan, I believe we intend on engaging the legal consultant who drafted the Regional Regulator Act once she has become available to help us to do the work, not just for consolidation, but to create the kind of legislation that we want to see, we want to stand on going forward. So that's work in progress. Service level agreements have been created, and discussions will be held with those partners so that we can sign off on those agreements. And lastly, the marketing tours and conferences, we've found that this is really essential to helping us to get the information out in the public space and to engage with not just marketing agents or potential marketing agents, but clients themselves. Briefly, I'll just share with you that, as I said, I just returned from London. I was at an event, and I was approached by an agent located in Uganda. That's not a country that we've had any applications from, as far as I can remember, or maybe very little applications. Nisha is insisting that she has brought Ugandans to the table. But it turned out that he had potential clients considering 2 different countries. And he suggested to the couple that they attend the event to see for themselves and decide for themselves. And it so happened that they were staying in the same hotel as myself and the marketing and communications officer. We were introduced to them, and we took the opportunity to have breakfast with them. And by the end of the breakfast, they decided that they're going with the Grenada program. So these tours are really important. Just looking at some numbers. So this 2025 number is now 400 and not 396, as I mentioned earlier. We see that the share of the National Transformation Fund, looking at the 2025 application numbers, we see that the number has reduced from the 2023, the percentage, but it's in keeping with the 2022 number and the 2024 number in terms of the percentage share of applications. I was promised my Q3 numbers, DCEO. Here we are. So, yes, 2024, $551 million. Yes, that was a bumper year. That was a year that we contributed about 34% of government revenue. But as I said earlier, we knew that that would not continue to be the case. But so far for this year, up to the end of Q3, we see that we have received direct revenue to government of $141, approximately, million dollars, and this is EC dollars. Now, it's important that we understand that the investment to developers is not included in this number. This is direct revenue to government. And the 140 million is in keeping and even better than years before the bumper years of 23 and 24. And 23 and 24, yes. Am I frozen? Okay, here we go. So these are the action items. Now, as I said, they're separated in terms of what we have control over and other stakeholders. So review of the appellate process, that's a review panel item, but I know that they're doing the work to get there. A framework has been created from which we're working, and there was engagement with stakeholders, and that informed that paper. Build a skilled database of people who were granted citizenship. Again, that is being done on the CBI diasporic desk. I can tell you that the database exists, but we're going to do more work to get even more information on these individuals so that we can properly cater to their needs. Advanced statistics gathering. The application that we use to process the applications, which is called Saturn, is automated to be able to create all of the reports that we can think about. There's some work being done to tweak, but we can already generate reports from the data that is in Saturn. The number 4, well, we didn't get our own facility, but we did get new space. And after a decade of residing in a less than comfortable space, we now have our own office, spanking new office. Number 5, Daisy will talk about the association, so I'll leave that to her. Number 6, facilitate opportunities to educate stakeholders within the sector. We have these symposium where we go from community to community. We're going to build further on that to go into the schools to have dialogue with students. Again, Saturn has automated the application process, and I'm speaking here of number 7. So from the submission of an application to the issuance of the citizenship certificate is fully automated. So gone are the days when we had human errors on the certificates where we had to be returning multiple times to Prime Minister for his signature. The information is drawn from the system. The certificate is created. The agents are given the opportunity to review that before it goes to the Prime Minister for signature. So the entire process is now fully automated. And I see we have some duplication. So I'll move on. Action items outstanding. Now we've done quite a lot, but a lot of things were recommended in 2024. And we even had things that we saw come over from previous iterations of IMRT. And so we could not get everything done that we wanted to get done. But in terms of number 1 on this slide, the marketing of the program is comprehensive. So when we go out to these various events, we not just talk about the National Transformation Fund and the real estate component, we also talk about the opportunity to create your own business or to purchase a business, an existing business in Grenada, and why that makes sense. That you're not just having access to the 120,000 people on the island, but you have access to the OECS, CARICOM, and through the Caribbean Basin Initiative, potentially the US market. So that's something that we talk about widely. And diversification of the market away from tourism and hotel projects. I already mentioned the enhanced local developer component, where we're not just looking for hoteliers to come and build hotels, but we're looking for businesses to benefit from the opportunity of having the investment migration program. Action items to be completed by the IMA stakeholders. Consider government bonds. I'm not sure where we are with that. Develop and agree upon common due diligence. That is coming with the regional regulator. All 5 programs will be required to engage at the same standards. I spoke about legislative review. The residency component, yes, with the standards that are being created through the regional regulator, there will be a requirement for applicants to reside on the islands for 30 days. But that is not really representative of an investment, a residency program, but it's a start. But there are some conversations about how we could have a residency program that runs alongside the CBI program. But going forward, there will be a residency requirement of no less than 30 days for successful applicants. Number 6. This is an interesting one. We try to impress upon the local agents the importance of having a completed file, of declaring everything, because if it's not declared, we will find it, and some of our due diligence partners are in the room. We will find it. And when we find it, it could signal to us that though it may be a simple exclusion, it could signal to us that there may be more to be uncovered. And so it puts the application automatically in a higher risk basket. So it's important that you declare, allow us to make decisions on the factual information. And as a reminder, omission of information is one of the grounds that an individual can be denied citizenship. I'm not getting cooperation here. Technician? This is the 5th time I'm pressing. Okay, I guess I should sing. But yes, so I think this is a demonstration that we are prepared to listen. Please participate in the roundtable that will come after lunch, because we get really good recommendations that come out of those discussions. And I think I've just demonstrated that we are prepared to take on board those, some of those recommendations to improve the program. So please participate in the, enthusiastically in the roundtable that is to come after lunch. I'm not sure what the other slide looks like. Okay, so what I'll do then is allow questions from the floor. So we have an interactive session rather than me just speaking to myself. Thank you, Nisha.
Okay. All right, I am just curious. Last year, around December, there was the launch of the Citizenship by Invitation initiative with Arten. We haven't really heard much more about it since then. It's almost been a year, so I'm curious as to whether or not it was a fruitful initiative, whether we got a few investors that came through that channel, and if they have started the journey of advising our Prime Minister in their respective areas of interest.
Thank you for that, Nisha. Yes, it's about the 1-year anniversary of that initiative. Thus far, I believe we've had about a handful of applications. None of them have gone through the entire process. So no to your follow-up question about whether they've started on the road to advising the Prime Minister. The applications are still under consideration. Again, about a handful of applications we've seen come through that initiative. Any other questions? No one? Comments? I would leave the stage, but there's apparently a slide that is a video. Here we go. Is this the next one? Okay. So major plans for 2026. Oh, it's on my screen. So you're just going to have to listen to me. So one of the major plans for 2026, again, is the diasporic desk. We are really serious about getting that up and running. And as Daisy suggested, not just by name, but making a significant difference in the experience that investors have when they engage with Grenada. And so we'll be working with Ambassador Forrester and others in government to make sure that we improve the engagement with investors. The second item that we'll be working on is product and service innovation. So refining the CBI products to reflect the current market demands. And so, again, diversification away from the hotel sector. At the beginning of the program, it was important that we use this as a vehicle to increase the room count on the island, to increase the tourism that comes into the island. But now we have quite a few projects that have been funded on the CBI. I think it's time that we look at other areas of the economy to ensure that funds flow into. Another area is investment project development. And I alluded to that earlier, where we will be creating a multi-agency with government approach to creating projects, to the point of having a project document created that we can shop to investors. The major advantage, of course, being that we get to decide where the money is invested, what those projects look like, in what sectors of the economy. The fourth item would be the regulatory strengthening and the legislative overhaul, which is coming. This is separate and apart from, it includes, yes, the regulatory act that was just passed last week, but it goes beyond that in terms of our own local legislation, improving on that. And the last area is service excellence. I'm not sure why. Okay, service excellence. So establish the IMA service standards and the service level agreements. As I said, we have some in hand already. And it's just a matter of engaging with partners to ensure that we can get sign off on those. So guys, I'm not, okay, here we go. Can we? I assure you I'm not the subject of the video. All right. Yes. Guys, should we give you some time and do it after lunch? Yes? My apologies, everyone, for the interruption in the presentation. But thank you for your attention, and feel free to engage with me during the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony, for the update on the progress of the IMA over the past 12 months. Despite the technical challenges, it's still a vibe, right? Right? Okay, so the next item on the program before we go to lunch is an introduction to the GIMO, which will be done by Ms. Heather Bain, and GIMO stands for the Grenada Investment Migration Organization. And Heather will come to the stage to introduce us to the organization as well as its executive members. Heather? Thank you.
Thank you. With protocol already established, good morning, and thank you to IMRT, the team, for allowing us a few minutes to just officially present the GIMO, or GMO, which is a newly formed organization. So we decided, well, invitations were sent out earlier this year to various agents in the industry to take part, to join this association that we felt would be a good communication between the stakeholders, ourselves, to be able to express, share, and communicate. So I will start first by introducing the members of the team. We start with, if the members could stand up as I introduce you. Daisy Joseph Andel, who is a partner at Joseph Rowe Law Firm and the CEO of All Star Grenada, a licensed local agent of Grenada's Citizenship by Investment Program. Daisy currently serves as the president of this newly formed organization. Thank you, Daisy. Secondly, we have Mr. Richard Hallam. He has over 3 decades of experience in the hospitality, real estate, and development sector for the past 10 years as one of the earliest and first Grenadian marketing agents of the program. He now works directly with developers on creating successful investment migration projects, and Rick is also the vice president of the GMO. Thank you, Rick. Thirdly, we have Esther Nayak Alexis, who is the CEO of Grenada Investment Partners, Inc., a licensed local agent for Grenada's Citizenship by Investment Program. Esther currently serves as the secretary on the newly formed GMO. Thank you, Esther. Next, we have Nisha McIntyre. She is the founder and managing director of My Grenada Solutions, Inc., a full-service citizenship and marketing agency based in Grenada. She has over 10 years' experience in the regional investment migration industry and has also diligently served in the tourism, media, and marketing communication industries. She serves as the chairperson of the governance committee. Thank you, Nisha. Next, we have Sabrita Khan Ramdani, a partner at the law offices of Ramdani and Associates, Managing Director of Orion Corporate Solutions, Inc., an authorized local agent with the Grenada IMA program, and Honorary Consul of Guyana to Grenada. She is one of the advisory committee members of the GMO. The next person we have is Anderson Andel. I don't think I noticed Anderson today, but anyways, he is the founder and principal of the law firm A. Andel & Co. and managing director of Cityscape, specializing in investment migration, corporate, and advisory services. So Anderson is just as a floor member. Then there's myself, Heather Bain, a marketing agent for the program, and I am the assistant secretary for this GMO. Okay. So, what was the purpose? What is GMO? GMO, it was established as a nonprofit, independent body to represent the interests of the Grenada investment migration sector. Our purpose is very simple. It is to strengthen the integrity, coordination, and global reputation of Grenada's CBI program. The organization brings together agents, developers, service providers, and other key partners under a single umbrella, and one that advocates for fairness, transparency, and collaboration. As mentioned just now, we did extend invitations earlier this year for people to join the association, and of the people that responded, this is how we managed to form the body that exists now. As we progress, it is new, and we are planning to introduce, it's work in progress. We are learning as we go and trying to figure out the needs of the industry, so we are going to introduce more membership and open it up as we go along. Why was this created? I think a couple years ago, it was floated that there should be another body that represents the agents, and we can advocate, we can be a more unified voice in the industry. And so that's how this was born. It is supported by the CBI committee. It is supported by the IMA. And so we think together it's a very collaborative effort. As it grows, as the industry grows, the responsibility to protect the credibility, the standards, and the long-term value is proving to be essential. And we see this body as being something that can contribute to that. Our role, we're neutral. That's very important for everybody to understand. It's a neutral representation platform for all the participants in the Grenada CBI program. It does not replace the government's oversight, but rather supports it by encouraging alignment, best practices, and open dialogue between the private sector and the policymakers. Our role focuses on promoting ethical and compliant business practices, creating an avenue for shared representation on key industry issues, and strengthening Grenada's global positioning through responsible advocacy. And just to give an example, when the regulatory body was being formed, we were in fact shared with the whole, I don't know how many pages that was, the entire document, and we all were able to weigh in on this so that it was more inclusive, and we did that. And more recently, there's also the new, help me Daisy. Yeah, thank you. And so just to almost wrap it up, our core objectives will be governance, to advocate for sound, transparent regulation and consistent policy that protects the program's integrity. Ethics, to encourage fair, accountable business practices aligned with international norms. Engagement, facilitate meaningful dialogue between government, industry, and international partners. We do have a couple more objectives, but as we roll this out, then we will be able to present more of the objectives. But for now, this is the beginning, this is the start. And you will be hearing more from us. We will be engaging more of the other stakeholders to come on board. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to formally introduce this new body, and we look forward to all of the cooperation and support, and to also be able to help build this program together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bain, and we do look forward to celebrating the successes of GMO Inc. when we meet again next year. Right, Daisy and team. Mr. Thomas, did you say that was an action from last year's? Yes. It was, okay. Okay, so see?
I think that was recommended by my co-chair.
Mr. Duncan, okay. Congratulations, Mr. Duncan. All right, so we have gotten to the point in the program where it is a break again for lunch. It is now, according to my watch, 12:43. So let's call it 12:45 because, you know, less is more when it comes to time. So lunch is now served at the Tradewinds restaurant, which is about 3 to 5 minutes from here if you're walking at a relatively normal pace. And we are asking everyone to be back here at, let's say, 1:50 p.m. Right? Is that fair? Enough time to have your lunch, socialize, a little chit-chat, and be back in the room so we can start at 2 o'clock and continue to keep the program on time, right? So thank you in advance, and I wish everyone an enjoyable lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we are trying to stick to the program for a 2 p.m. start. So I'm just going to ask everybody to please find your seats again and let us restart the afternoon's proceedings. Thank you very much. Mr. Anthony, I was waiting for you in particular. Yes. And there's a reason why. So earlier, Mr. Anthony wanted to show us a video, a recap of the IMA's activities for the year. So we'll just do him the honor of showing that now before we start with the other items on the program. So thank you.
And culturally, my island full of history, and that's just the least.
That was a full video? Okay.
Thank you for that. So Ria and Kanisha, you have some questions to answer. Because I was told that there's a video. And that's not quite a video. But thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to give a shout out to someone who is here, Grenadian heritage, but who has not been here before. And she took the opportunity to come visit us at IMRT, and she's getting the opportunity to meet her family and stay in a few days beyond the event. So would you, please? So when you see her, greet her as a Grenadian. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, and welcome. Okay, so I did say we should be back for 2, but that didn't quite happen. That's okay though, but I will celebrate and recognize the person who came back in the room first. Where did she go? Where's Minerve? Oh, she stepped out, okay. Okay. We'll have to come back to that item a bit later. So a lot has been done in the past year to sensitize the public on developments focused on the local investors. And because it's so important to improve quality while at the same time allow space and opportunities for those who have the passion and potential to continue to sustain investment migration, there is a lot more that can be done. Our next team of panelists, led by Arlene Hayes, will explore the key considerations for developing our local investors. And like before, the panelists will proceed to the stage while I introduce them. Ms. Arlene Hayes is serving in the role of project coordinator at the IMA Grenada, and she comes with a strong background in design and construction management. Arlene holds a professional Bachelor of Architecture degree from the Illinois State Institute of Technology in Chicago, and has nearly a decade of experience in commercial and residential project management across Grenada and the US. where she has led and worked with multidisciplinary teams on large-scale construction projects. Through her work with local and international organizations, she remains committed to fostering innovation, mentorship, and a spirit of collaborative development in Grenada and beyond. Dr. Richard Nixon is a globally recognized leader whose distinguished career spans more than 3 decades. His expertise encompasses international diplomacy, strategic investment, telecommunications, and real estate development. As chairman of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, Dr. Nixon leads national initiatives to attract sustainable FDI, foster innovation, and drive socially conscious economic transformation within Grenada. He currently serves as Senior Resident Ambassador to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and is Ambassador Designate to the African Union. Ali Obeid. Ali is the General Manager at the Grenada Enterprises Group. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering and a master's in renewable energy and power generation from Loughborough University in the UK. Ali built a career at ExxonMobil Oil and Gas, serving as a lead project engineer and infrastructure program manager in one of the world's largest oil fields in Basra, Iraq. In 2022, Ali transitioned from the corporate energy sector to entrepreneurship, co-founding a business in Grenada with his father. The venture focuses on supplying high-quality European building materials and furniture, bringing premium construction standards to the transforming Caribbean market. Mrs. Kathy Ann Alexander Pear is a seasoned investment and business facilitator with over 20 years of experience advancing economic growth through strategic investment promotion, enterprise development, and policy reform. As Vice President of the Investment Promotion Agency at GIDC, she leads national efforts to attract, facilitate, and retain investment across key sectors. Throughout her career, she has guided both local and foreign investors, contributing to the successful establishment of more than 250 businesses in diverse industries. She also mentors and coaches small business owners, helping them to unlock opportunities for sustainable growth. And last but not least, Mr. Will Von Granger, who comes with over 30 years' experience in banking. He has built a distinguished career across several financial institutions in Grenada, including a credit union. He joined Co-op Bank in 2004 as a loans officer and rose through the ranks to become our Chief Experience Officer in 2021. Will Von's leadership has been defined by innovation, integrity, and impact. Now serving as our CXO, Will Von leads strategic initiatives that enhance customer experience, efficiency, and profitability, always guided by a vision of service of excellence. He is a devoted Rotarian, and he lives by the 4-way test: truth, fairness, goodwill, and benefits to all. So I hand you over to Ms. Hayes for the afternoon's panel discussion.
Hello, and a very good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
So first, I must extend my sincere apologies on behalf of Ms. Siobhan Lloyd for her absence today. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to try and fill her spot here on the stage for the next hour. On protocol already established, I would like to welcome you all to this, our third and final panel discussion for the day. We've had quite a lineup of experts speaking today from all corners of the industry, and I trust that if you are not familiar with the CBI program and how it operates here in Grenada before, that you're much better acquainted with it now. Many of the speakers, panelists, and delegates today have made quite explicit references to the need to pay greater attention to the projects being developed under our program. His Excellency Victor Clark started out with the suggestion to integrate participation from local businesses. Brian always strongly pushing for better direct revenue from the program going to Grenadians. Dr. Grenade spoke to better alignment between our developments and the government's strategic objectives. And so we'll speak to some of these issues now, getting to the meat of the matter on what many of you are waiting to hear about, which is how do we as locals truly get involved in the Citizenship by Investment program? I have on stage with me here a perfect mix of professionals with direct experience in each aspect of the project development side of Grenada's CBI program. And I'm looking forward to hearing from each of you about your experiences in the space and to clarify the process for those in the audience who may be considering getting involved. So, to get right into it, I'll start off directly to my right with Ms. Pear. Now, as the VP of the GIDC's Investment Promotion Agency, you have insights into the full gamut of foreign investment that comes into our country, both through CBI financing and without it. So what do you see as some of the benefits that a locally developed project may be poised to gain by coming through the CBI program, or simply the key variations that one can expect as opposed to seeking other means of financing?
Okay, thank you for that, Abby. Hello, right. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I'd just like to thank the organizers for having GIDC represented on this panel, and it's my pleasure to share a bit. Very good question, because this conversation, again, leads into the previous conversation. Development, local developers, how should we get them involved, and what are the benefits of them getting involved in this CBI program? And one thing comes to mind, the first thing comes to mind is access to financing. We have lots of local projects that is in need of financing to develop their projects, one, and even take their project to the next step. When you look at some of our local, like let's say, for example, hotels, we see that there's very much a lot more potential that the projects could have, even our manufacturing sectors. And oftentimes, when you have those engagements with them and those discussions with them, one of the things that they indicate is that access to financing through the traditional means is quite difficult, because many of them would have leveraged most of their ability to access financing through the commercial banks and so forth. So the CBI program provides an opportunity to access financing. Not free financing, but an alternative mode of financing. And what does that take, right? What it takes from them is to develop their project in a way that, yes, they can access the same financing that they could have accessed from the bank, because their project itself is one that is feasible, attractive, and so we offer that alternative to them. There are a lot of plans that they have. A lot of them want to do some expansion into the hotel sector, and the capital injection that will go into these projects, whether it be manufacturing projects, tourism, or whatever sector in the economy, could significantly propel the project to the next level. And we believe that this is an option for them to explore so that they can actually take that project to that level. And once they can be able to benefit from that, we will see lots of other benefits. You see benefits with job creation. You see even access to new markets. So let's say, for example, a manufacturing project. Now, who would have been an approved CBI project, having the marketability that the CBI program brings on the table, where it is that you can take that project internationally to promote it to potential investors. We had a gentleman who was sitting here earlier on, because of his the network that he has. Let's say, for example, that project is one that can go global. Now you can explore that opportunity through the program. So we see lots of opportunities for local investors, not only through financing, but also getting further exposure, partnership, too, and new technology, new knowledge being brought into, because of that project not only being marketed on the local stage, but also on the international stage. You have new talents that can be brought into the project. To put it, what should I say? Maybe potentials that we can't even self-fathom.
Okay, so we'll stick with you a little bit longer on that. And I'll ask you, how does the GIDC then support local developers through that process? And at what stage should people first come and interact with your team?
Okay, so taking the second part of the question first, I would say they should engage GIDC very early, from the beginning. If you're considering your project to be a CBI project, GIDC, we not only facilitate projects that are CBI projects, right? We facilitate all projects. So the same level of support that we would give any project, we will give to a CBI project. The role GIDC has taken, and it will be taken going forward, I heard you, the chairman would have mentioned the interagency. There's a whereby we are looking at not only working with investors, but also packaging projects for to be promoted as investment in Grenada. But let me talk a little bit on the investors, what it is that we were potentially looking at doing. So someone comes in with a business idea, right? Maybe they have the land, or they have, the project may not involve land, but they have the idea. What it is that we do at GIDC presently is to help you to take that project from the initial stage and to develop your project concept, help you with streamlining it, looking at the marketability, the feasibility studies, also the financials and so forth, to help you to package that project into a bankable project so you can take to Core Bank or Republic Bank, whichever bank, so that you can secure financing, right? Those are the same steps that are required for you to take that project to bring it to the CBI, to get CBI approval. A lot of the local businesses, some of those, they do not have the technical expertise, right? So through like our business development unit, we actually provide those services to businesses so that they can have projects that are financially viable, that would be financed through the financial institution. So if it can be financed through the financial institution, it can be that you decide, well, yes, I want to take it to the bank, or no, I want to use an alternative source of finance and I want to take it to CBI. So it is up to them now to determine, well, I'm going to go the CBI route. In addition to that, what GIDC is also doing, I heard my friend Brian, we were sitting on the table and we had lengthy discussion. We want to be able to package projects that are in keeping with our sustainable development goals, right? What it is that Grenada wants, right? Not necessarily what it is that the foreign investor wants, and then we just facilitate. Package those and then use those as a pool of investment opportunities and then target investors, right? Or market it through the CBI program and so forth as viable investment opportunities that persons can invest in. So in that way, we need to really have a stake in it, as well as we have a say in exactly how it is we want to develop our country. And that is one of the things that GIDC is also involved in, so that we can evolve as the program evolves.
Very good. And so we're going to get in some of those financing questions. We have the money man here on the panel as well. But first, I'll come to you next, Ali. So as a Grenadian who has attained citizenship through the CBI program and then gone on to develop and run a company here, what are some of the obstacles that you've faced and lessons that you've learned through that process?
Hello. Well, first, thank you for the kind invitation. And I see a lot of sleepy faces, so I'm going to try and make it as brief as possible. So we got the Grenadian citizenship by a CBI back in 2016. And we did it by the NTF fund. That will make Brian happy. And really, there was no plans to move to Grenada at the time. You know, living in Dubai and living in the UK as well. Fast forward, we started to visit Grenada. Got to know a lot of people, got to know the country, and you sort of fall in love with it. And one word really that changed everything and got my father to move here was welcome home. And that was, a lot of people know this story because he got to passport control and the officer said, welcome back home on his second visit. And that day, I remember it so well because he called me and he said, I'm moving here. And I think for him, he's lived in 5 different countries throughout his life. And he felt a connection to Grenada. So he moved to Grenada, started a project, built a house. And on one of my visits, I came to see the project, see how it's going, and we realized there is an opportunity to get into building materials and internal finishes, complete solutions for houses. And I decided right there and then that I would also move to Grenada and set it up with him. And fast forward 4 years from now, we set up the company. We're based in Grenada on Dusty Highway. And a lot of people here are clients of mine. And we brought in sort of the expertise that we've had being in Dubai and in the UK to Grenada. Problem-solving skills, solutions for people, good quality material, and at the same time we brought in agencies for companies based in Europe and companies based in the Middle East and the US. And we're expanding still. Now, going to sort of, as you mentioned, the obstacles. In business, there's obstacles wherever you are in the world. And as Grenada is a small developing island, you'd expect to face a lot of these things along the way, especially for somebody who's come from a place like Dubai. So building on that, I think when you look at a few things that we have faced along the way, one of them is shipping. Grenada is not on one of the major routes for ship liners. And as a result, because shipping companies work with economies of scale, so because the volume is low, the price per container is quite high. Therefore, the cost of shipping goods from anywhere in the world is very high. So what we try to do is we work with the shipping companies. We've consolidated warehouses in 4 different locations around the world. That helps us maintain our costs for shipping. At the end of the day, we look at how we can make our products affordable to the end user. At the end of the day, it's a Grenadian who wants something for his home. It has to be nice, but it also has to be affordable. The other thing that you could look at in Grenada is staffing, for example. We've started on by developing our in-house team. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of time, because we create problem solvers as part of our team. We sell a solution, not a product. And with that, as with any business in Grenada, the turnover of staff is quite regularly high. And that takes a lot of effort and time and planning from any business owner who sets up in Grenada to make sure that this is something they continue to do on a daily basis. And going on from that in general, you also have taxation here. It's not the highest in the world, but it's also not the lowest. So we focus a lot on working with factories, we focus on bringing in new products, we focus on trying to get the best price for our end users to make it really worth their investment. At the end of the day, the houses or the restaurants or the hotels are investments for people, and everybody's looking for a return on their investment. So all of these things we've worked on. It takes time, it takes effort, but ultimately I wouldn't be here moving from Dubai if there wasn't an opportunity.
Very good. Thank you for sharing that bit of background. Dr. Nixon, I'll come to you next because you have a similar but also very different experience. You've been through the fire as one of the very first and one of still the very few locally owned developers under the CBI program, long before there was any specific carve-out for locals. So what resources have you found to be invaluable in helping you to successfully complete your project and to do so in a timely manner?
How much time do we have?
Not very much.
I must say that the experience that I've had in delivering my project was focused on my vision. And if you don't have a clear vision and create the environment to support and drive that vision, you would fail. When I started, what exists today in CBI did not exist. There were constantly changes, so you spend thousands of dollars in preparing a business plan, business model, print materials, start marketing, then, oh, effective immediately, everything has changed. Effective immediately, the price has changed. I must say, in the last 3 years or so, it's been stabilized quite a bit. So it's creating some trust and stability in the program. I'm getting ready to do 2 more projects. And I was saying at lunch today, I'm excited and I'm scared. I'm excited because I know how CBI has helped me, and I'm scared because of changes in the wind that we don't know what's going to come. So how can you build a good, sustainable business model? I want to say that the support from CBI has been lovely. When I started my project, I went to the commercial banks. Commercial banks said, yes. Well, one commercial bank in particular, not yours, said, yes, go ahead, spend the equity, we're here, we'll support you. Spend my equity, ordered a bunch of stuff, mobilized my contractors, and the bank came back and said, some consultant out of Canada said, well, the land was gifted to you by your father, so that's no equity you put in. So I said, okay, fine. Then don't take a charge on it. You value it at 0. Oh, no, we're going to take a charge on your land. And I was actually in Hong Kong at the CBI conference, and I got that call about 9 o'clock at night. And my face just dropped when I walked back into the room. And I think it was the executive director then was Horsford, Mr. Horsford. Yeah, and he said to me, what's wrong? And I told him, he said, Richard, you're an idiot. Look at where you are. You're in the heart of CBI promoting yourself. Bring the plan to us. So I did. We got it approved. Then at the same time, another bank looked at my plan and said, okay, we'll approve it too. So I had 2 approvals. And this is why I said that if you stay focused on your vision and your goal, you will succeed. Now, being Grenadian, I'm doing my project, and the funds that the equity I'm recovering, you know where it's going? Into my other 2 projects. It's not going outside to build something outside for somebody else. It's staying right here. And I think this is what Brian was saying. There has to be direct, tangible benefits to what CBI is for Grenadians. And we need to benefit from it. So I do think, and Thomas and Chairman, I do think that through the NTF, we should develop an entrepreneurial development fund. So small entrepreneurs, small businessmen can have access to funding, and you create a structure around them, something like in the US called SCORE, Service Corps of Retired Executives, that provide mentorship and training and guidance so they learn how to read a business plan. They learn how to prepare a cash flow statement. They understand what the cost of goods are. And this helps build capacity, and this is how I really see CBI working for everyone. So I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, so Mr. Granger, we've spoken a bit now about different sides of the project development world, except maybe the most important, which is the money. Now, according to legislation, a developer under the current approved project regime is able to attract funding through CBI investors for up to 80% of their project cost, and the remaining 20% must be self-funded upfront. Now, with the new ELDP program that's enhancing local developers' participation, this developer equity has been reduced to 6% for those who are eligible to be considered a Grenadian developer, as defined in the law. Now, for me, as someone on the front line of the applications that come through the agency, one of the very first questions that I'm asked is, can I take a loan to front that equity? So help us to answer the question that's on everybody's mind. Does the bank have the appetite to fund CBI projects, be it through bridge financing or otherwise? And what would that application or review process look like, if so?
Okay, so to answer the first question in terms of taking a loan to fund the equity, the long answer to that is no, right? The legislation clearly articulates that you cannot fund your equity contribution through loan financing. However, that's something maybe for the legislators and the government to look at for the local developers, but for us, we have to follow the legislation. So that 6%, I believe, for local developers must be the equity. That means that is their skin in the game into the project. Because oftentimes when you're doing development, it is a little bit more difficult to walk away from a project if you have some input, right? So I think that is a risk probably the authorities may be trying to mitigate. But in terms of for the bank, yes, we have appetite for investment in the CBI. We have, at a high level, from a credit risk management perspective, has established thresholds. So we do have an appetite. We have been involved in the investment migration arena for quite a while. As you would see, this initiative that the bank has put on here in terms of IMRT is to ensure that our program is sustainable rather than ask whether or not it's going to be sustainable, right? So we have, as an indigenous bank, we have a obligation to ensure that we support wealth creation and development of our people. So we have our policies to treat with that. In terms of what is required, of course, you must get approval from the IMA. That is key. Some of the requirements that Katian mentioned in terms of your business plan must be presented. And I must say, it must be your business plan, not somebody doing a business plan for you. You have to be intimately involved in your business plan, right? So that is key. The business plan must be detailed, highlighting all your marketing efforts, human resource planning efforts, your projections for 3 to 5 years. So you have to be able to let us know that this deal is viable, what you want to do is viable, you have an intimate connection to your project. So that is key from a business perspective. Of course, you provide your usual articles of incorporation, your registration documents. That is key. In terms of a company, they must have your resolution to borrow. In terms of the board of directors have to give you direction to apply for credit. But in terms of our appetite for investment migration, we do have that as a financial institution. We continue to support our economies. So yes, feel free, get your plan approved. You must have your minimum 6% equity, right? That cannot be borrowed funding. It can be equity through, if you own real estate, as Dr. Nixon mentioned, that he had actually owned the property. That could be an equity contribution based on the legislation. So we are here to guide, support, and fund. But you must be intimately involved in your project. That is key. That is how you'll be able to convince us to lend you depositors' funds.
All right, thank you very much. So we're hearing a lot about the need for a strategy, a plan, and being able to follow through on that. And now that we have a good idea of everyone's roles and experiences in the project's landscape, I'll open this question up for anyone who feels the call to chime in. So from your perspective, what is a key factor or strategy for success that a first-time developer may miss when starting a new project? Maybe I'll start with Kathy on this end.
Well, I wanted to...
Talking to them.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so a key strategy I would say is that as a local investor, they must have access to information, right? Know your project, know what it is that you want to do. If, for example, you want to go the route of the CBI program, then you need to know what are the requirements, what is the roadmap to get me there, right? Also, I see the need for engaging persons who would have walked that journey. Dr. Nixon said he went through it all, right? So I will consider him to be a diamond in this whole process, right? With all of the beatings that he would have gotten. And I know that these local investors are willing to engage because in the past, we would have referred persons who were thinking about going the CBI route to have those discussions so they can have information of what model you can utilize if it is that you indeed want to go that route. From engagements we've had with local investors, I know one of the issues is that most of the businesses are family-owned, and most of the local investors do not want to have, foreign persons involved in their project. So you see a lot of hesitation in considering the CBI. But again, having information, because even if you're, based on how you package your project, right, you can have strong exit clause. We have a lot of very good ideas. I've been in GIDC for quite a while. A lot of local investors, they come with projects, very good projects. There's the issue of equity, right? We talk about 6%, and you cannot use loan financing, but you can partner with others, right? You can have your buddies, and so that's spreading the risk as well. Come together and put together that 6% equity, right? Have those engagements with the persons who are already in the project and is already doing CBI projects and so forth. So I think what is critical is having adequate information. One of the things that I mentioned that GIDC is doing, and on the 24th of this month, we would have secured some financing, some technical assistance from Catalyst Plus, where it is that we're working with local investors to help them to package their projects, right? Because the challenge, again, is financing. And for you to be able to secure financing, you must have a viable project. And you must be intimately involved in that project as well. Because when you enter a room, let's say, for example, you go in the route of CBI, and you have CBI persons engaging you, they want to invest in the project. Why should I invest in the project? What will be the return on my investment? Then again, you're looking at what stake should I be offering in my project? Right? What are the exit clauses that I should have? Because if it is I don't want too much foreign persons involved in my project, I want to do the project, right? Because you may not have access to traditional financing, right? So you have very good idea, but because you don't have the financing, that project will stay there. If it is that you say you don't want to get foreigners involved, years later you still have the project. So it's a risk that you're taking. But in selling that project, you must have intimate knowledge of it, what it is I'm offering. And then if I want to get the foreigners out of my project, what exit strategy should I implement in the project? So I think it is important that they have information, right? A lot of information is not easy. They have to do the research because there's a lot of players within the whole space. You have local agents, marketing agents, you have IMA, you have the bank. You need to know what each one role is in the process. And once you're comfortable and you think, well, yes, this is a model that I'm willing to engage, then go ahead, take the step. Because as I said, I've heard of 10 years ago very viable projects, local projects, but they have not moved forward because they cannot access the financing. But can they access financing through CBI? And if they did 10 years ago, where would that project have been?
I'd like to augment what Kathy Ann is saying. I think the success of our project is being able to secure full funding. And a lot of projects have started and stopped and started and stopped because they've run out of their initial funds or they don't have the capacity to market and gain CBI applicants to build. I built my entire project without any CBI money. Okay, now we're retiring some of the debt and paying the bank off. And I think you need to have enough funds to finish your project, because the last thing you want is to start a project and you can't finish. That's bad for the entire industry. Secondly, we have to think of who's invested in your project. It's not just anyone that says, okay, I have $300,000 or whatever and pass through the due diligence. We have to be careful, because at the end of the day, it's Grenada's reputation at risk. It's your project at risk. So we have to, for example, for us at Hideaway, we do a pre-due diligence check through Blue Umbrella, someone, to make sure we have good people coming. It's not all about the money. You want to have good people. And then once they get approved, we follow up. We follow up. And as chair of GIDC and working with the government, we follow up to make sure that there's further business associates, people you may know. You can contribute in the areas of renewable energy or healthcare, or some areas. It has to be a long-term strategy. And I wish all developers, especially local developers, we are Grenada. And we have to look out for the future of Grenada and make sure these projects work for us and work for Grenada. So I think, to answer your question, you need to make sure you have the ability to be fully funded so you can deliver on the project, and be careful of not every money is good money. You want to have the right money, or the right investors, or the right partners. And that could be in the form of an exit strategy, whether you want to buy the equity back or buy the project back, or you want to encourage further investments, or maybe do projects together with them. The key is to help to use this avenue of funding to help build and develop sustainable businesses in Grenada. And last thing I want to say, why am I doing CBI? My project is fine. I want Grenadians who have some property or some assets and a good idea, come talk to me or come talk to GIDC, and let's help make that into a business so we can have more products for CBI products in Grenada, or just business in general. Because I think that if I can do it, so can you.
Yeah, if I may chime in, and I don't want us to miss that because we almost missed it. Based on the question asked, a key strategy that is missed is misalignment. And I say that to mean, what is the problem that we are trying to solve that we want to do this project, right? So we have to look at product market fit. And that is key, because we have a proliferation of hotel projects. That is a problem, yes, because statistics show that we need more room stock. But are you trying to solve the same problem as everybody else? Is there another problem to be solved? And that is where you build your niche. So we have to understand the market. You can't create a problem. There must be a problem there so you're willing to solve and resolve. And I think that is the foundation for the viability of your business project. The funding will come afterwards. But what is the problem as developers, as business people? What are we trying to solve? And once we identify that, then we'll be able to, that's the first step. So let's not miss that part. I think misalignment, product market fit is one of the strategies that we often missed.
Thank you very much. And I think that segues nicely into this next question, which is thinking more about the opportunities in the space and the needs of our country and our economy when it comes to project development. We focused a lot on the project, the real estate aspect, but we also think sometimes about what are the needs of the citizens that we're attracting after they've gone through that process. We've talked a lot today about the diaspora. So I think someone touched on this earlier, but this is an area where locals who may not have a full appetite to engage in a massive, development project of some sort may still be able to get into some of the service or product-based industries locally that can still feed into that overall framework and address some of the gaps that we've discussed earlier here today. So I'll start with you, Ali, on this one. What type of services do you see as lacking that can be turned into business opportunities for local businesses and entrepreneurs related to this investment migration space?
So in terms of services, I think So you're not talking just project ideas in terms of the infrastructure behind it. And I think probably a clear framework in place where the local citizen can, go on, which is what the GIDC is doing, what IMA is doing, is to be able to go and find out exactly what is available in terms of, okay, if I go back a little bit, so the government of Grenada would have future plans and future projects in mind, right? And then you would have the projects list of what kind of projects they're looking to integrate and go into. And then feeding into that, the ability for the local citizens to come up and look at these projects and say, yes, I do have the land or the resource required to do this. I'm interested in this project. What are my next steps from there to go ahead? Because I think a lot of the barriers that come along throughout the process, it may put off a lot of locals from actually going further with the process. So if this framework was out there and it allows the local developers to go into it and look at the project, then it sort of opens up the door for, I guess, more applications and so on. But in terms of infrastructure-wise, as you're talking, I think an idea that has come up is it would be great to have a approved, for example, location or area in Grenada where it's identified as a future prospect for development, where it has infrastructure of roads or power supply already integrated to suit that area, so that immediately any individual that is able to go into that project can start immediately. If the banks are there, with the assistance of the banks, looking at the feasibility studies and looking at the project scopes, these would have been already pre-studied in advance, and allows the local developer to get into it immediately with a much lower risk.
Very good. Okay, so I've been given the 10-minute warning. Now at this point, we're going to open up the floor to any delegates who may have questions. Feel free to step up to a mic.
Brian, I see you had your hand up, but I got up before you.
This one.
Thank you. So, Wilbon, this one is for you. We know that the funds flow from the investment migration industry can be sporadic, and projects in their development stage especially need to have sustainable financing to make sure that there aren't any gaps. Is Co-op Bank providing some bridge financing for some of these, or do you have the appetite to provide bridge financing to ensure that these projects can continue smoothly?
Yeah, so Thomas, the long answer is yes, right? We do provide bridge financing to developers in the investment migration sector, right? So that is key. The loan is so structured based on your cash flows, right? So that is how we treat with funding projects like that. But we do provide bridge financing to developers. And long answer, yes.
All right, I promise I'm not going to hurl any dead cats. Okay? I just want to say that, well, when it comes to the panel, I can testify as to how solid they are. Arlene built my house. She was the project manager when I constructed my house. Ali tiled my house. And Richard owns my favorite bar. So I want to congratulate the GIDC on this move that they're doing, because there's an old adage, and it's really applicable to the Caribbean. There is more money than good projects. When I would join the World Bank, I was in Barbados for 5 years. I ran an organization called CPDF, the Caribbean Project Development Facility. And that's how, through that mechanism, we financed La Source, because that was a local entrepreneur who was doing that. And that's what we did. And we provided a lot of hand-holding technical services. GIDC, this is a great initiative that you have, because a lot of people have good ideas, but they don't have the funds or the technical capacity to bring them to fruition. So I think it's an excellent initiative, and I just wanted to say what a positive move that was for GIDC and for CBI. Thank you.
I was hoping Brian said Co-op Bank funded his house, but say what?
I would like to say thank you very much, Brian. And we hope that we can have like expertise like yourself on board, you know, to help us with this whole process, because we will be looking to, as you indicated, develop projects that Grenada want to have marketed. And if we can have the expertise like yourself who can help us to, you know, craft those projects, ensure that they are bankable, right? They make sense, and they're not just being sold out there for CBI funding, and we have citizens, and then when the project is completed, it's not one that is sung that will give you the economic benefits that you would have anticipated. And this is what we want. We want to have a better Grenada. We want to leverage the program, right, so that we can get what it is that Grenada wants from it.
You know, if I may put a plug for GIDC here, at the board level, we are working on some strategic initiatives at GIDC where we want to change the organization to be more investment focused. And Kathy Ann would tell you that we're pushing GIDC and the IPA in that direction. And part of it is the business mentorship program in attracting investment, especially local investment. But we recognize that there are gaps. And this is where this mentorship comes in. It's something like the SCORE, Service Corps of Retired Executives, where we get people like Brian and the business tycoons who have retired, but they still want to feel relevant, to come in and mentor these young businessmen to learn how to run a successful business. So this is something we're very, very passionate about. We're revolutionizing GIDC to make it more friendly, easier to do business. You know, we talk about one-stop shop. Let's make it happen and let's make it easy. So that's my GIDC plug.
Thank you very much. So since the launch of this program, GIDC, how many people have knocked on your door indicating an interest to bring a project forward?
So numbers-wise, I would say, let's say about 10. I would say for the maximum about 10. I can see one of the persons in the room, but I don't have to say who it is. I see two persons in the room that have indicated interest. I believe that we've had like 3 make application already to the CBI. I'm not sure if Aline.
Round of applause to those 10 and 3.
Yes. So, and since the sensitization of and bringing it to the public, we've had a lot of calls. So there's definitely interest in the program. So we have to continue, I believe, you know, to educate our people of the benefit of the program, demystify the myths and so forth. Yes, like any of the programs, there are going to be challenges and so forth, but persons need to see what's the benefit it is for them, and we need to sell what's the benefit it is that's going to be for the country.
Okay, so I'd just like to encourage those 10 folks to stay tuned, because to Dr. Nixon's point, one of the most successful major developer, that's Mohammed Asaria, has committed to spend at least a half a day with these people to give them the ins and outs of, you know, the CBI process. And I want to encourage local developers, because this is a new business opportunity for local agents to get involved and to help their fellow man. All right, so just how government has reduced the fees to local developers, so to the local agents can reduce their fees to local developers to encourage the business space. So that's my suggestion. But It's a commercial space. But he has agreed to at least begin with a Zoom by now and the end of the year. And then thereafter, those who are interested and keen can meet him on a one-on-one. And so we also want to create the same space for Dr. Nixon, right? So local successful developers as well as international would share with you. And people do business with people. So if you like Dr. Nixon more than Mr. Mohammed, then obviously Dr. Nixon becomes your mentor and handholder. So we have 10 people already for that particular Zoom call. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've officially run out of time. Only so much that can be discussed in 50 minutes. But I want to thank once again the panelists here. I think we've had a really well-rounded conversation. And thank you to the delegates for your questions. This will bring us now to the end of today's panel discussions. Please give a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you very much, Arlene, Dr. Nixon, Mr. Obaid, Mrs. Pear, and Mr. Granger, for your perspectives on the whys and hows of developing our local investors for for generations to come. As indicated by Kathy, and we have developers in the room today, so we trust that you got some key takeaways. And Mr. Duncan also alluded to a promise for something that's very fruitful and hopefully productive. Minerve, can you come to the stage, please? You kind of disappointed me earlier because this was supposed to be for you who came back to the room first, but then you went missing. So thank you. It's just a little token for coming back to the room first after lunch. So hands for Minerve. Thank you. Now we have the third prize for the day. And Nisha, this one is for, this is Aura, who is Silver Sands, yes? So that is a day pass for 2, including breakfast at Silver Sands, right? The question is to give us the month and the year that the government entity responsible for administering Grenada's CBI program, what month and year was it rebranded, and what is the current name of the entity. First person to the mic gets that Silver Sands day pass for 2. This is very easy, people.
Okay. Oh, okay. I can? Yes, I can.
You work at IMA? Okay, no. Yes.
Okay, so March 2024, Investment Migration Agency, IMA.
Yes.
That's it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come to collect your prize, don't walk away on it. Yes, thank you, Charlene. Congratulations. And thank you to Aura Caribbean for powering that giveaway. Next time, IMA staff, we will try and make the questions not, so that you could answer. That one would have been unfair, in all fairness, right? IMRT 2025. All right, I think I saw some people sleeping, and, not paying attention during the panel discussion. So remember, we have a code and a promise to make this a vibe. Just asking you to stay, remain connected to that promise you made earlier today. So we move into the part of the program that gives you the chance to contribute in a more deliberate way. There's been a lot of discussions throughout the day on what can be done, how it can be done, a lot of good ideas, a lot of challenging perspectives as well. So the concept of the roundtable is to give everyone a voice and to be an equal partner to strengthen the Grenada IM product. The guidelines for the roundtable discussion are as follows. The first rule is that if you have any questions or challenges, raise your hand. Right, so the first rule is ask for help if you need it. Take a few minutes to locate the members of your group. So we'll share the groupings and the questions. So take a few minutes to locate the members of your group and agree which table you will converge at. Each group must answer the question assigned as presented on the screen. Each group has 15 minutes to deliberate and come up with responses. It is only 15 minutes, so you're asked to please make use of the time wisely. I will assist you with time checks to ensure that you make the most efficient use of your time. We have a floating team to help you, so if you need help, either Will Vaughn, Daisy, or Rick will come in to assist you if you need any guidance or clarifications on the questions. Please be sure to appoint somebody to write your responses and someone to present on behalf of your group. At the end of the 15 minutes allocation, each group will present the responses to the full room so that we could all engage on your perspectives and your ideas. So the questions and the assignments are as follows. For tables 6, 7, and 8, in what ways can CBI revenue or inflows be channeled to support the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035? To tables 9, 10, 18, and 19, what specific initiatives, and be very specific, can we pursue to tap into our CBI diaspora? To tables 3, 4, 11, and 12, apart from the fee reduction strategy that's articulated in SRNO 21 of 2025 of the CBI regulations, what other measures can we take to attract and support local Grenadian involvement in the CBI economy? And lastly, for 13, 14, 15, and 16, what are the challenges? Oh, it's in an order different from what I'm reading, sorry. What are the challenges being experienced within our CBI program, and how can we adopt new ideas, principles, and processes to overcome these challenges and ensure the program's sustainability? All interesting questions, right? Yes? Good. So we look forward to some equally interesting responses, new ideas and perspectives. Don't limit yourselves. Think outside of the box, because remember, Mr. Thomas reports on this next year in his update. Any question, Nisha? Oh, table 2. Don't worry, we'll assign you. Yes. Any other questions? Okay, so 15 minutes start from now. Thank you. 5 more minutes, everybody. Okay, everyone, that is it for time. And that was more than 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to please wrap up and ensure that you have your notes properly recorded and that you have your presenter decided on already. Okay, groups. Are we ready to present? You need one more minute? Perhaps two? Can I see by raise of hands the groups that are ready? Ready? Arlene, ready? The group to my left, are we ready? Okay. So, y'all say long time. So you will start. Because you're ready long time. So you will, okay. So we'll start over here then. Ready? All right, so I'm gonna ask everybody to please pay attention to the group to my right. And you're responding to, please state the question. So that's the first one. In what ways can CBI revenue be channeled to support the National Sustainable Development Plan? Over to you.
Yeah, so I think when we looked at the question, our focus was more on the building the overarching capacity for certain organization. So, for example, like enhancing the capacity of GIDC, their business incubators, to encourage more businesses to come into that kind of incubation and get the support that they need. Another idea that we have is that building the human capital. We need to enhance the education program for CBI and all the opportunities that can be derived from that. The ordinary Grenadian, we believe, do not understand fully what CBI can do for them. And so if you have a program that starts at the school level and certain vocational training facilities that can share the information, we think that will help all of it along the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035. We also thought that we can be used to enhance the environment factor. Marcus, you're the one in that. Right? So I'll let Marcus explain the environment.
Marcus, stand up. Thanks.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone.
So our team, our table, we had to treat with the first question, which deals with in what ways can CBI revenue or inflows be channeled to support national sustainable development plans. And when we looked at the national sustainable development plans, we noticed that it was structured around 3 pillars, which is the society, economy, and the environment. So with that in mind, we would have led our discussions off. And from a logical perspective, we thought that if the economy is good and robust, then there will be positive knock-on effects for the others. So our primary focus was on ensuring that the economy was robust, and we thought that looking into the business incubators would have been very, very useful and impactful. Because you know, if you want to grow your economy, you can have existing businesses offer more services, or you can increase the players, produce new services, and so. So we thought that if you can have that business incubator, what you would do is to bring more businesses into the pool, and therefore grow your economic activity and your economy as a whole. We know, however, that with businesses, the most vulnerable stage is the start. So herein comes the benefits of using those incubators. With the incubators, you would have resources for those who can't fund or access funding on their own. You would also have the technical competence being shared with them, as well as the mentorship. So you groom, you handhold during that incubator phase, and then you graduate them out into the society as thriving businesses. And once that is done, your economy would grow, and we believe that the other sectors would find the knock-on effects. In terms of society, we believe that once the economy grows, then society would automatically benefit. We looked at public transportation system having a more efficient and reliable public transportation system, and we believe that some of the CBI funding can go towards that. Then we would have considered the fact that a lot of business persons, when they come to set up shop in Grenada, they indicated that one of the problems were the unavailability of the skills that they required to run the business. So we thought that scholarships funded under the CBI program, well, scholarships has to be focused and intentional, and it has to be in the areas that would advance the National Sustainable Development Plan. So we believe that if scholarships can go towards that, then our human capacity can increase, which overall would help drive our economy and benefit society as a whole. In terms of the environment, we thought of introducing solar as well as alternative energy. And some of the funding from CBI can go towards incentivizing that, similarly to what was done with the hybrid vehicles and the electrical vehicles, because the statistics and the data shows that there was an increase in those types of vehicles on the island after the government would have made those incentives available. So we believe if the government or CBI funding can do a similar thing with the alternative energy policies and so, we believe that that would help us achieve those in what is enshrined in the National Sustainable Development Plan.
Thank you, Marquez. Thank you. Any questions for that group? Any questions or challenges? Okay, thank you, Marquez, and thank you to your group. Moving along to this table.
Hey, hey, hey. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Our group, Dream Team number 3, we were tasked with the question, what specific initiatives can we pursue to tap into our CBI diaspora? Well, the beautiful people of our team came up with quite a few ideas, which I will share with you now. First, we spoke about the data bank. I think we talked about this most of the day today, trying to categorize our diaspora, understand their skill sets, and how they can contribute. So we were started in that area, in that space of database, data banking, the information. Then we moved on to knowledge exchange. We thought about having a specified internship experience to building Grenada's youth and their skill set. For example, we thought about those in the diaspora who have specific skills that we can use here in Grenada and help our youth develop said skills. Maybe there can be an internship experience for them at those locations, those commercial, those industries which we so badly need here. They can go get the experience from those persons in our diaspora, come back, utilize those skill sets here to build our economy. We also thought about having a networking anniversary events for our Grenadians all over. However, that anniversary event would happen here on our soil in Grenada. For example, those persons who have had their Grenadian citizenship for 5 years, we have an anniversary celebratory event for them. Therefore, they can come together on Grenadian soil, meet each other, celebrate together as Grenadians who are still in the diaspora, but they celebrate here on our soil, meeting, engaging with our local people. We also had the idea of our youth athletic sponsorship and training. We know that there are persons in our diaspora, not just with medical minds, technological minds, but the skill set to train and advance our youth here in Grenada with the skills that they need to go beyond athletics here. And so we thought about some kind of sponsorship and training program. We also thought about citizenship ambassadors and advocacy programs. Now, different ambassadorship, when we think ambassadorship, we think of marketing Grenada. When we think of advocacy, we think of assisting in the betterment, helping those persons who may have difficulty bridging the gap, so to speak. We also spoke about virtual events, having those in the diaspora who may be spread out. We know we have persons everywhere, having virtual events to kind of bring them all together. What is that? I don't have the diaspora. Oh, we had an idea come out of that, having a diaspora account for persons who may want to donate to specific events in Grenada that's happening here, but not necessarily on a very large investment scale. There might be something happening, some event for youth program education that they may want to invest into. Let's have an account for that. We also thought about that with a newsletter, having a quarterly newsletter go out to each Grenadian citizen wherever they are in the world, letting them know what events are taking place in Grenada. We have our citizens everywhere. Let us engage them as if they were here at home, the same way Grenadians in New York can follow the news and get information and know before we do when the cricket is happening. The same way we want those of us in the diaspora to know Grenada have a big cricket match against Trinidad coming up. You know, we want them to be a part of, and we can't just, that just can't be on a idealistic, it has to be on a local and has a local front. So we thought about that as well. We also thought about using, my good brother here thought about having a program where we invest in the immediate need. We spoke about the hospital briefly where that is concerned. We have some kind of program where we can target those immediate needs here in Grenada and go to those persons who have that level of expertise in the diaspora and see how they can assist us in that immediacy. So that was another idea. Also, investing in Grenadian bonds was also brought up again after the citizenship process. I'm not sure what that would look like, but idealistically, we would like it to benefit all Grenadians. We also thought of an outreach for youth. We have a lot of our applicants, successful Grenadian citizens, who have children who are now Grenadian citizens, who know nothing of Grenada. We thought of some kind of network. I wrote down here a pen pal app for our Grenadians who are away, to kids, teens, where they can engage with Grenadian teens and youth here on the ground. Have an app. I call it pen pal because when I was young, it was a pen pal situation. You wrote to someone, you never met them, they send you pictures. One of our contributors here said that they received currency from their pen pal way back in the day, a pen pal from Africa. So we want to bridge the gap not only with those main applicants, the parents, but also the kids, the children of those citizens of Grenada. Let's bring everyone together, because if we get the youth of the diaspora also engaged in Grenada, then of course we are now building a future for all Grenadians. We also thought about a franchising opportunity. One of our contributors here said that, what about if we had opportunities for franchising such as, and I'll give Apple as an example. I have an Apple phone, I like Apple a lot. And if we can get some of those opportunities to come here to Grenada, an Apple store, for example, just on the base front. And what did I miss, guys? Did I miss anything? Tell me. Group? Okay, I think that concludes all of our ideas, and I thank you for your attention. Hey, hey.
I think that group left no stones unturned on, amen, on the ideas. Thank you very much. Moving on to this group at the front. Aline.
Testing. All right, good afternoon again, everyone. So I am with Group 4, and our question was, apart from the fee reduction strategy articulated in SRO 21 of 2025 of the CBI regulations, what other measures can be taken to attract and support local Grenadians' involvement in the CBI economy? So we had a lot of thoughts and feedback throughout our group. I think they can all be summed up in 4 main buckets. So those would be funding, mentorship and education, collaboration, then policy and legislation. So I'll expand on each of those a bit. In terms of funding, a few of the things we spoke about are including something for micro and small businesses in the CBI space. And while it may not be possible to finance some of those things through the typical projects structure, we may be able to consider financing through the NTF, providing a fund, whether it's through loan or equity financing, to those smaller businesses that may not meet that 2.5 million ELDP requirement. There was a suggestion of creating a fund from CBI funds, so again through the NTF, that can then go to the GDB to be monitored and loaned out to businesses who are looking to develop projects. Let's see here. In terms of mentorship and education, so along with that funding program through the GDB, there's a potential for having a mentorship program through the GIDC. So again, collaboration of all our different organizations and allowing that to be a catalyst for developers to start understanding how to develop their projects, how to think about it in terms of the investment landscape, and being able to put forth good things on the market. Technical assistance was something that we pointed out that needs to be offered to, especially again, the smaller developers, allowing them to understand the opportunities that are available in an investment-based business model. Because we did speak about the fact that culturally, we don't really have much of an appetite for risk in terms of how, larger investors, you have angel investors and those type of things where you're giving a portion of your company or business to these investors. So just having an education system that will allow people to start understanding how they can actually benefit from systems like that in their pursuit to develop a business. Also, educating and exposing these developers to the different requirements of the CBI program, because it's very different from your typical investment strategies where you need to understand how the marketing works. We spoke about how the funding comes through, and from the time of being approved as a project, it can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months to get your first investment funds through the door. And so understanding all of that in the development process and having people that you can reach out to and speak to even before you submit your application to understand what to expect and how to prepare yourself to be successful in this type of business. We spoke about IMA supporting local developers in the marketing effort. So when you have a project on the market, you have to go out there and attract your investors, and that can be a very arduous process in itself. So the potential for, along with the IMA, when we go out and we have our global tours, going to different parts of the industry, being able to kind of piggyback off of that and allow for greater exposure of these smaller projects that may not have the budget and the capacity to travel and to push their project on the larger scale in that sense. And then through all of this, we spoke a lot about collaboration. So be that between our individual institutions and agencies that are here, and also reaching out to different associations that already exist in the space that may have project ideas, may have things that need to be funded. We have the Creative Association, we have GOKA, we have many other different areas in the strategic development spaces that may need things to be developed in order for them to be more successful. And so if we were able to bring together a grouping of those agencies to start to discuss what it is that they need, that may be a way that we can then start to develop project ideas that can better improve the local economy and allow all of these organizations and agencies to thrive. I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arlene. And last but not least, and to your group, sorry.
Hi,
Yes,
good
over
afternoon.
to you.
So we're the last group. Our question was, what are the challenges being experienced within our CBI program? And how can we adopt new ideas, principles, and processes to overcome these challenges and ensure the program's sustainability? So we had a very insightful conversation about this topic for obvious reasons. It is one of the issues, is one of the topics that was raised quite a lot during the sessions today. So the first one we have is inclusion. Inclusion of local Grenadian citizens. How do they feel a part of this? What we felt is that there's a lot of information that we saw with the IMA earlier on today. And we felt that that information needs to be communicated to the public so they understand the benefits of the projects that are coming in. Yes, the projects are tailored towards tourism, but there seems to be some opportunities for expansion on that. So once the public is aware of the job opportunities, even businesses that spin off from the development, we feel that you could get a lot more engagement. I mean, during lunch, we had a conversation about the general feeling, and there's a positive sentiment towards the CBI program. So we feel that that's a good thing to work with. The other one is the likelihood of project success. For me, I shared an experience because we sit on two sides of the coin, one side being as a developer and the other side assisting Arlene and her team in evaluating projects. So what we felt we need to do is have greater technical evaluations. Of course, the level of evaluations, in my interpretation, is a little bit less than the commercial banks. So if you go to the commercial bank with a project, I think there might be a bit more rigor in terms of how you intend to execute the project, etc. The designs, the compliance with codes, etc. Yes, Arlene and her team are doing the work, but sometimes there's a resistance by the developer to provide the information. So outside of the conversation, I thought I'd just include that what we can do is when you're submitting your application for the CBI program, you should sign a certificate or at least some agreement where you are prepared to commit to provide information that increases the likelihood of success. Then we got into a greater conversation about the credibility of the program and what makes Grenada stand out versus other places. Grenada is a safe environment. I wouldn't tell you where I'm from, but right? Grenada is safe. An area that we were initially concerned with is the duration for the application approval. Naturally, we thought that by fast-tracking the application process, it would help to sell more funding. However, what we learned is because Grenada has been able to manage such a good reputation and their due diligence process is so rigorous, people are attracted to that. Why? Because you don't want to enter into a program and in 2 years, the visas or the visa-free access that you thought you may have had, you suddenly lose. So we felt that, look, what we need to do is maintain the level of rigor as it relates to the CBI application process, the individual application process, and continue to differentiate Grenada as a credible CBI partner having a program. The other one is, and it relates to the same thing, which is choice, because obviously people have a choice in where they can go. It's what we notice, and it's a fact, the agents have a lot of control. There's a gap between Grenada and the person who's applying for CBI. So the agent is the person who translates the benefit of Grenada or any other jurisdiction that offers CBI. And what we feel is that networking among the agents, and in this case IMA, that needs to happen more often, and there has to be a greater level of information sharing between the parties so that at least there's a commitment by them to sell Grenada in the way Grenada ought to be sold. Positive PR, probably in the way we document things, so anticipating the work of the agents and giving them the tools to be able to succeed in selling Grenada is another thing that we can look at doing. And then the last topic that we spoke about is enforcement, and what kind of control do we have once you've become a citizen, because of the obvious concern is that, yes, there's due diligence, but when we do our due diligence, I mean, someone mentioned it earlier today, I wouldn't go into the details, but possibly 10 years later, this person is found guilty of something. And the feeling is, what kind of control do we have to be able to enforce something after that person becomes a citizen, and doing so without infringing on their basic human rights? Because you don't want to be in a situation where you're checking in on this person every now and then to make sure that they're not doing anything wrong, right? They should have the same level of freedom that the rest of us have. However, to ensure that they're not doing something on the other side of the planet that we could somehow benefit negatively from, the belief is that we create programs with embassies so that we could have that sharing of information, so that in the event something happens, we'll also be notified, so at least we can prepare ourselves. Because, I mean, somebody made a very strong point. What about if they get deported to Grenada? I mean, I don't know what the legal framework would be for that to happen, but the fact that we could bring that up in this setting means that it could be a possibility. So we just need to be able to anticipate that, understand what our enforcement rights are, and put systems in place to be able to do so. And the belief of this group is that at least through networking with the embassies, it gives us a strong position. And that's it. That's where we are.
Wilbon?
Good afternoon, everybody. For the group that answered question 2, I was just wondering, have you discussed the opportunity whereby Grenada or IMA establish its own quote-unquote subsidiary or a downstream business by establishing its own marketing company outside of there, employing agents to promote the product? So that may serve two avenues. It would serve as a downstream in terms of revenue generation, and it also, you have persons wherein they will be following your established policies and procedures, because we all know the marketing agents run the show.
Yes.
We know that. So how do we establish our own marketing company and have employees there focusing on marketing our program?
All right, so we actually didn't discuss that particular element, right? However, having sat here for a few minutes discussing with the team, I don't know if that's something I don't know. This is my interpretation of it. You want to answer it? Okay, so my feeling is that you want to maintain some level of independence between the agents and, say, IMA, right? I think that the agents, but what we definitely believe is that there has to be a lot of collaboration between the entities. That is the one thing that we agreed on. We did acknowledge the fact that the agents have a lot of power over the decisions that the applicants make. They have a lot of power over the decisions that the applicants make. But in my opinion, listening to the feedback of the team, I don't feel it's something that we may want to consider, which is that IMA has a subsidiary company specifically with marketing to do the job of the agent. But I think what would be useful is if they have that entity interact with the agent and possibly feed off of some of the work that the agent does to make sure that their job is easier. Because obviously, if the agents are better equipped to sell Grenada, it gives Grenada a bigger advantage over somewhere else.
Just a quick point. Since rebranding, we have established a marketing department at the agency. So the agency has been doing marketing all over the world, globally. So the key marketing regions, plus new potential markets. So we have been establishing the correct narrative on the ground globally. So that's one. But also we have been having trainings with the marketing agents globally also. So just a quick point.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Yvonne, for that thought-provoking question. All right, so I think the groups all did a very good job. I think you deserve a round of applause. Musa?
Hi, afternoon. I just wanted to add two things to what my colleagues mentioned about, in fact, three things.
Okay.
First of all, the thinking was that in order to ensure that the funds from the CBI are directed towards the National Sustainable Development Plan, there should be some isolation of the fund rather than going directly to the NTF. Because once it goes there, the temptation will be to put it in other areas and it gets lost, right? So that's one of the thinking. And then under the environmental aspect of it, we spoke about the solar panels. Now, those panels are already, I think, the duties and so on are pretty low on it. So the main cost is the freight, and I think the freight from China is about 10 to 15,000 US. That's what I understand. That's what drives the cost up. So perhaps if the government can channel probably 50% off or subsidize 50% of the freight cost to see if someone brings in container of panels, solar panels, that the government would absorb 50% of the freight cost. So essentially cost you half in freight, and that is going to reduce the cost to you as the purchaser of the panels, and that's going to, just similar to the concept of the vehicles and so on.
Yeah.
But it's not the cost of the item, it's just the freight that's bringing it up.
Okay.
And then lastly, I think from the financing aspect of it, right, because these panels are costly, so you may have to take a loan to buy those panels. So what can be done is for the financial institutions that are granting those loans, perhaps government can consider giving tax exempt to those institutions. So for example, if corporate bank gives someone a loan for 30,000 to import the panels, now on that you have to pay corporate tax, which is roughly, I think it's 28%, let's say 30%. So 30% on an average rate of, let's say 6%. So that's 1.8% of that goes to tax, roughly 2%. So if you get tax exempt on it, in other words, the government say we're not going to charge you tax on loans that you grant for importing solar panels, but in exchange for that, they have to give a lower rate. So instead of the 6%, they can grant the loan at 4%. So what that's going to result is more people would be able to afford the loan. People who did not qualify because of the higher rates are going to be able to afford the loan. And also because the panels are costing less, that more people are going to be able to afford them. So in that way, I think some of the funds can be channeled towards that purpose. So the revenue forgone for the lower rates, government can recoup that from the CBI revenues once it's isolated.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Musa. Mr. Samuel?
There's one word I've been hearing a lot today, subsidies. Every economist in the room is going to cringe when you hear this, because subsidies are really, it's a no-win situation. I hear your point about the freight from China on the solar panels, but you know, if we're paying 40 cents US per kilowatt hour for electricity, I think that you don't need to subsidize solar power, solar panels, and so on. Subsidy is a bad word.
Yeah, just wanted to share here for the benefit of everyone that the Office of Diaspora Affairs has presented a full study and a white paper for the approval of government to consider second and third generation nationals in the diaspora to become citizens of Grenada. I think this will generate a large pool of individuals who will become new citizens of Grenada and bring their skills, their talent, their resources, etc., and help to increase our population, which is, in my opinion, very much needed to help sustain economic growth and development. So we're just awaiting this proposal.
Okay, so that would feed into the responses from that table in terms of how we can tap into the diaspora. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Foster.
so I know a lot is being said about what can and cannot be done with the NTF funds, and it's being said in a room where nobody from the Ministry of Finance is present. IMA does not control the National Transformation Fund, so I think we have to find a different forum now where that point can be made. But all joke aside, we can take these ideas and recommendations back. But the public finance architecture is the domain of the Ministry of Finance. So I don't want people to get too excited believing that come next year, we will be able to report positively on any of those suggestions. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for that reminder. Okay, final point.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to throw this out for the information of all. So far, we would have had one CBI person that was deported back to Grenada. That person was deported from Europe. And when he came in, he was not able to speak the language because he had some financial troubles. So the police initially assisted him with meal and a level of accommodation. And afterwards, he was introduced to the Sisters of Charity, and they provided his daily meals. And thereafter, he found his way, and he was able to integrate successfully back into the community. In terms of treatment, he's a Grenadian carrying a Grenada passport. So there's nothing immigration could actually do about him more than to accept him. Welcome back home, brother. You know? So there is no legal hurdle that a CBI applicant or a successful CBI applicant would have to face on entry into Grenada if they encounter difficulties abroad and is deported, they would have to be integrated into the society as any other Grenadian. So that's it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I only speak about it now because it was not this year. Yeah, some time has since elapsed on that one.
Okay.
So I can speak about it freely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
For all you know, he's probably in the room, right? We have...
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I want to thank everybody for what was a very instructive day, very, very useful. I just thought that before we leave here today, there are a couple of questions which I hope we would answer for everybody. The new legislation has been passed. A new regulatory scheme is coming into effect. What will that mean for the program? Mm-hmm. How is it going to affect the processing of applications? Mm-hmm. When is it likely to take effect? What would it mean for, we speak about increased due diligence. What will that look like going forward? We speak about the possibility or the likelihood or the certainty perhaps at this stage of a mandatory residency requirement. How is that likely to impact on the program? Yeah. Then there's the issue of just generally speaking, processing times. Is it likely to lengthen the time? Is it likely to shorten the time? There are a number of questions, those 3 or 4 questions, which I think as we have this round table, we must confront. And when we leave here, collectively, we should have some appreciation of what is really on the horizon, how do we prepare for it, what adjustments we need to make, what preparatory steps we need to take so as to ensure that 6 months from now, we are not shocked out of our pants, so to say. Yeah. So I hope that none of us has the answer to this. I'm just saying, when we leave here, these are 3 or 4 questions that we must know that we have thought about them, we have considered them. Even though we don't have the answers, we have to be able to say something, because people are going to ask us these questions. When is this law going to take effect? What will the new, whenever you put in place a new regulatory regime, somebody is going to say, well, if the central bank is coming into this, we're dead. Because they're concerned every time that you have another tier, another level of regulation, another level of supervision. It's going to slow things down. All of these concerns, I would like us to spend a minute on before we wrap up today, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? That there is a marketing meeting planned for next week, and this is on the agenda. We may not have all of the answers, but we will provide the answers that we do have, and we'll have some discussions. So it's on the agenda for marketing meeting next week.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
And finally, from a strategic thinking standpoint, we knew that this day was going to come. So emotionally and psychologically, at least, as chair of the CBI committee, I am more than ready for it, having come from a banking background, which is one of the most regulated industries. So what we want to do is to give people assurance that we have the leadership and the wherewithal to guide our program through this process. And our objective is to protect, promote, and prosper Grenada CBI program.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Integrity is the currency. Okay, we do need to move on because you're going to get mad at me if we finish at 6, right? You will? Yes? Yes. Okay, good. So in light of that, we are going to break now for a very brief intermission of 10 minutes. Okay. Somebody says let's go straight. We okay with that? Okay, great. So we will pause though because we do need your feedback. So can we have the QR code on the screen, please, to allow the participants to give their feedback on the day's proceedings. So you may return to your seats and take a few minutes to respond to the questions. It should not take you more than 3 minutes to do that. Oh, yes. To those of you who presented the responses to the questions, please give your notes to Charlene, Wilvon, me, Aline, just so that we don't lose your very valuable feedback. Thank you. Okay, the QR code is on the screen now. Thank you. So please take a minute to respond. Your feedback is important because it helps shape the process and the topics and the speakers for the next IMRT.
A beautiful.
All right, just 2 more minutes to finish the survey. All right, let us refocus to wrap up the program. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have who I would call our IMRT AI assistant to give the rapporteur's report for today, Alyssa Basinski. She's a writer and communication specialist working with clients in many different sectors. She's also the author of the children's picture books, Carla Dances Soca and Good Boy Milo, and co-author of the short story Anansi Plays Fancy Mass, which was featured at the 2020 Dubai Expo's collection of children's tales from around the world. She has a Master's of Arts in Public Communication from American University in Washington, and a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies with a specialization in English language from SGU, which is very obvious based on what she'll come and do in a minute. So Alyssa, over to you.
All right, good afternoon, IMRT 2025. And a special thank you to the person who said, no, we don't need a break. Because that means I didn't get a break. But my task is simple, and that is to summarize everything that you said here this afternoon. Last year when I stood here, the theme that ran through all of the discussions was balance. How do you strike that balance between enforcement, regulation, stricter regulation, and growing the program? This year, the primary theme that I found emerging was one of alignment. And that is alignment with the vision for national development for the country. And from that primary theme, we got 2 offshoots: diversification and engagement. So the alignment, the conversation of alignment started really in the keynote address from His Excellency Saint-Just, and he gave a lot of examples from St. Kitts, the birthplace of the modern CBI program. But especially important that I would like to highlight is what he said, that CBI programs are not a crutch. It is a catalyst that can be used for sustainable development. And what St. Kitts is doing is ensuring that every investment is tied to measurable national impact and sustainable outcomes. The brief remarks that came from His Excellency Clark, he also spoke about alignment, and alignment in protecting the interests of this Grenada CBI program to ensure its sustainability and long-lasting, and that it can last for the future. And so that you have to ask the hard, uncomfortable questions to find out, that are necessary to find out and really know who your customers are and who the agents are, to ensure and to determine if their motivations are aligned with what is best for Grenada's development. Then moved into the first panel discussion that explored dependence versus reliance and how CBI revenues can be channeled for development. This led us into the discussions about diversification, especially away from real estate projects, real estate investment, and into projects that maximize sustainable growth and development. The panel discussion also led into our discussions about engaging with the CBI diaspora. And this also carried into the second panel. And a key consideration, as Dr. Grenade pointed out, is moving from a transactional relationship with the citizens, Grenadian citizens in the diaspora, to a transformative one. And as Mrs. Joseph Andel put it, we have to make it simple for the CBI diaspora to participate and feel welcome within our society and facilitate a clear and direct path for the CBI diaspora for them to contribute. The third panel discussion extended this discussion of engagement to the local investors, and we noted the efforts of GIDC and IMA with the ELDP initiative, and the need for mentorship and guidance for our younger businessmen and businesswomen, Dr. Nixon. Yes, thank you. Mr. Anthony delivered the update on the action items from IMRT 2024. He started with the major achievements, including the AI integration, the Diasporic Desk, enhanced local developer program, the office relocation, automated citizenship certification process, the marketing tours that included a new market. And he also highlighted that yesterday, the IMA received their target of applications, 400 applications for the year. Can we give them a round of applause? He also shared some of the action items completed and outgoing, outstanding, and those to be completed by the stakeholders. Major plans for 2026 for the IMA that we can look out for: the Diasporic Desk, about getting it up and running to make a significant difference in the experience that investors have when they engage with Grenada. And we look forward to that December 1st deadline of the head of the office of the desk being appointed and us finding out who that is. We're looking for 2026 at product and service innovation, investment project development, regulatory strengthening and regulatory overhaul, and service excellence for the IMA. At this point, I'd also like you to give a round of applause, another round of applause, for your founding members of the Grenada Investment Migration Organization. And maybe the main reason that you're all here, your roundtable discussions. So as part of your roundtable discussions, you looked at four questions. The first question: in what ways can CBI revenue be channeled to support the National Sustainable Development Plan? That group looked at the three areas that the development plan is broken into: economy, society, and environment. For the economy, looking at developing a robust economy through business incubators, for example. Developing the society through a robust public transportation system and building human capacity. Skills development through focused and intentional scholarships funded by the CBI program. Looking at the environment, solar and alternative energy, that funding from the CBI can go towards incentivizing adoption. The second question, I should say: what are the challenges experienced within the CBI program, and how can we adopt new ideas, principles, and processes to overcome these challenges and ensure the program's sustainability? That group reported having an insightful conversation about the topic and spoke at length about inclusion of local Grenadian citizens and their feelings about the IMA and the Citizenship by Investment program. And this information, the IMA is doing a lot of work to demystify the program and also a lot of work into what the projects and how the public can benefit. And they talked about communicating more to the public so that they can see the opportunities. They spoke about other challenges, the likelihood of project success, as well as the credibility of the program and the choice, that people have a choice where they can go. Also spoke about that agents have a lot of control, and there is a gap between Grenada and the person applying, and the agents fill that middle ground. So we want to ensure that the agents are fully equipped to sell Grenada in the way that we want it and need it to be sold. They also looked at enforcement and the question of what kind of control do we have when someone becomes a citizen? What happens if they commit a crime 10 years later? What can we do about that? And we also later on had a comment that we did in fact have experience with someone who was deported to Grenada, and there were no legal hurdles to that person being integrated into the society. The third question, what specific initiatives can we pursue to tap into the CBI diaspora? That group had a lot of suggestions, so I'll just give a few. Expanding that data bank, that database, that characterizes the diaspora to understand their skill set and how they can contribute. A knowledge exchange with a specified internship experience that can help build Grenada's youth and their skill sets, that they can go away for training and then come back and put that training into practice in Grenada. Also mentioned a networking anniversary event for Grenadians that will happen here in Grenada. And that anniversary event is based on your years of being a citizen. So a 5-year anniversary celebratory event, for example. It spoke about youth athletic sponsorship and training programs and citizenship and advocacy ambassadors to market Grenada and also to help other citizens navigate the process. An outreach for youth, franchising opportunities, and a quarterly newsletter. And the final question, apart from the fee reduction strategy as articulated in SRNO 21 of 2025 of the CBI regulations, what other measures can we take to attract and support local Grenadians' involvement in the CBI economy? That group looked at funding, mentorship, collaboration, and policy and legislation. Looking at funding, considering the micro and small businesses that may not be eligible for financing through the ELDP. They don't meet the ELDP $2.5 million requirement, and so the NTF financing through the NTF for a loan or equity finances, or to create a fund that goes to GDB that can be monitored and loaned out to these businesses. Mentorship and education, again, a mentorship program through GIDC, allowing this to be a catalyst for developers to start thinking about the investment landscape, and technical assistance for smaller developers to understand opportunities. With collaborating with agencies and associations that exist in the space to find projects that need to be funded or developed in order for them to be more successful. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a quick roundup of your IMRT 2025.
Thank you very much, Alyssa, for those very concise and accurate record of the highlights, which I know will be put into use. Right, Mr. Anthony? Yes? Okay. Just a note, there's a table to the left that has giveaways from our the stakeholders in the room, partners and sponsors and so you're encouraged to please visit the table and, make use of those giveaways because we are grateful for them. And now we're ready for the final giveaway for the day, which is one night for two at the Point at Petit Calavini, if you answer this question correctly. What are 3 conditions, any 3, under which the government of Grenada will deny an application for citizenship from an applicant? I think the IMA staff, you could take part in this one. So, the first person on the mic, any 3 conditions? Any 3? Is this harder than I thought? Yeah? No? Okay, good. We have somebody coming here. She's coming already.
Okay. Provide false information on the application. What is it again? Distribute to Grenada and no. Criminal activity? No.
Okay, so repeat those 3 first.
False information on the application. If there's any dispute to Grenada or any other island, and a criminal record.
Okay, let's see the answers. You got a lot of help. I hope you could bring everybody with you to the point. So let's check, let's fact check. So So, false information, that's number 1. Criminal history, so that's number 2. And number 3? No?
Yeah.
Want me for the last? Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. You may come to collect your prize. Yeah. Thank you to Mr. Ashby and the team at The Point for sponsoring this giveaway. And now we're ready for the final address for the day, which will come from Mr. Granger. The day flew by very quickly, I'm sure you would agree. And now Mr. Granger will give us the closing remarks to bring today's proceedings to an end. Mr. Granger.
I have to get support. Good afternoon, everyone. As we conclude this year's conference, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the valuable conversations we shared today and the importance of community. The dialogue around sustainability in Grenada's investment migration sector is one that will never end, nor should it. Because our success depends on how well we adapt, collaborate, and plan for the long term. Change is the only constant, and if we don't grow, we die. Our task is to continue these conversations and support the implementation of your valuable recommendations, as this roundtable is not another talk shop. Our vision at Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited for Grenada's investment migration program remains consistent. We firmly believe that by bringing together key stakeholders through this forum, we can strengthen collaboration, exchange valuable insights, and continue to shape a sector that delivers tangible and lasting benefits for Grenada. Witnessing the program's ongoing progress is a powerful reminder of how far our shared vision has come. What has emerged from our conversations is clear. We have a responsibility and the opportunity to redefine investment migration as a transformative tool for national resilience and sustainable development. Still, we recognize that our future depends on how we harness the strength of our investment migration diaspora. Their contribution goes far beyond the revenue generation. It brings expertise, innovation, and global connection that can drive local development. We should remain focused on attracting investments that deliver lasting value and provide sustainable capital for our economy. Above all, by empowering our people to invest and build capacity, we strengthened a resilient economy where growth is shared and rooted in our communities. We can agree that balancing these three elements is important for sustainability within our sector. I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to our due diligence partners and experts who have continued to join us in these conversations. Exeger, FACT, Hilton Global Associates, Harrod Associates, SRM. Your contributions cannot be overstated. As we look to strengthen our sector, your partnership remains invaluable. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone whose presence and contributions have made this event truly memorable. In absentia, most of them may have other commitments. I'd like to express appreciation to Mr. Larry Lawrence. We thank him for his welcome remarks and for the confidence for this conference, and underscores the bank's dedication to building a transparent, sustainable, and progressive investment migration program. Our keynote speaker, His Excellency Calvin St. Juste. We have been honored to have him join us and for his insightful and thought-provoking address. Mr. Clark, we thank him for his meaningful remarks, and we appreciate his presence together with Ms. Cindy Dwarf, Principal Officer, U.S. Embassy here in Grenada. Mr. Anthony, we thank you for your detailed update on the IMRT action list. We value the work done and look forward to closing the recommendations efficiently and effective implementation of same. To our moderators, Mr. Richard W. Duncan, OBE, Mr. Richard Hallam, and Ms. Arlene Hayes, thank you for guiding the discussions and ensuring they remain engaging and productive. Special commendation to all our panelists. Your expertise, insights, and thoughtful discussions were informative and impactful. To our beautiful host, Mrs. Carleen Phillip Frank, thank you for masterfully guiding us through the program. Your poise and charisma truly elevated today's session. To all our specially invited guests, delegates, and observers, thank you for your engagement and your unwavering commitment for Grenada. Your insights, recommendations, and constructive critiques are deeply valued. Together, we are shaping a stronger, more resilient Grenada. To our event partners, IMA Grenada, Heng Sheng, Aura Caribbean, All-Star Grenada, My Grenada Solutions, Grenada Investment Partners, Inc., and Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. Your continued support underscores a strong belief in ensuring our investment migration program is sustainable. To the Planning Committee, Holiday Creative Projects, Daisy, Richard, Esther, Ria, Charlene, and Leah, your dedication, perseverance, and hard work have been critical for the success of this conference. As we move forward, let us ensure that our framework continues to build and improve through enhanced due diligence, strategic investments, and more meaningful stakeholder engagements and collaborations. A sustainable investment migration sector requires balance of economic gain, social good, and strong governance. I wish to bid you a safe journey home, and thank you for your support, and thank you for your presence. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Granger, for sending us off. So was IMRT a real vibe? Okay, so let's one clap if it was a vibe. Let's do that again. One clap if it was a vibe. Right, 2 claps if we'll be here next year. All right. I'm not too sure if there are any ideas for the 2026 hashtag, but if you do have ideas and suggestions, write it down and make sure the next host gets it so they can use it to entertain you next year. To adapt, evolve, and sustain, a forum like this is crucial. As we walk away from this experience today, and I'm not trying to be too deep and philosophical, but I want to urge each of us to consider the ways in which our world, our families, our jobs, and even our hobbies are pushing us to adapt and evolve. More importantly, let us be selective about the actions we will take to make Grenada's investment migration sector sustainable, not by building a plan for forever, but by building a structure that is easy to transform, because time definitely will force us to do that. It has been my pleasure and honor being your host today again, and I really appreciate your support, your kind words, and confidence. And I trust that I have hosted you well, treated you well, and informed you well. But today could not end. I can't end today without a little word magic, because life without poetry has no songs in it. Thank you to all our special guests, the ones that came from near and far, and to all our sponsors, partners, and friends helping to raise the investment migration bar. Not like chocolate, but even sweeter and richer, very much like the benefits that will help to make our island prosper. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet and socialize as we prove for yet another year that IMRT really is. Thank you. Wishing everyone a safe journey home and a wonderful rest of today. Thank you.
A beautiful vision is taking shape. Surrounded by the world's best iconic luxury resorts. This is the vision. Some places just a beautiful vision is taking shape. Surrounded by the world's best iconic luxury resorts. Let the rhythm of the ocean be your daily quiet time. Some places just feel like home. This is the simple beauty of Grenada. This is the quiet side of luxury, a beautiful home where you can truly find peace. This is the vision. This is the La Sagesse Collection, your private sanctuary